This meeting of the Honorable Senate for Friday, the 18th day of June 2021 is called to order. Before we proceed, Senator Scott Motley, I noticed that you are seated in a seat other than your own, and you are recognized as such. There is an application, a request from Senator Bunting that was directed to myself and the clerk in proper order for him to join the meeting virtually. The Standing Orders Committee is finalizing a number of regulations that permit such applications under Section 82B. In the interim, however, I have given Senator Bunting permission to join the meeting virtually, and I ask for the agreement of the Senate. Those in favor? Against? Senator Bunting has the permission to join the meeting virtually. I think that there is a personal statement to be made by one of our colleagues. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with your leave, pursuant to Order 18 of the Standing Orders of the Senate, I make this personal statement. On June 11, 2021, I made a contribution to the debate on the bill to amend the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act. In my presentation, I reflected on the long history of gang activity involving use of firearms from 1972 through to 2021. I did that to set a tone for cooperation of all stakeholders, including the government, opposition, and all law-abiding Jamaicans. It is my view that only by that approach will we successfully overcome the scourge of gang activity and its attendant problems that have plagued us for generations. I express the view that Jamaica could achieve its growth potential and see improvements in the economic and social well-being of Jamaicans if gang activity is significantly reduced. Sir President, in my presentation, I made several recommendations and also commented on the sensitive topic of music and its influence on crime. I raised the issue of criticisms that were leveled against the Honorable Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, when he pleaded for greater responsibility by some artists in their artistic expressions. In doing so, I criticized our colleague, who was one of those who criticized the Honorable Prime Minister. In making my comments on the topic, I referred to the report of the Joint Select Committee to consider and report on the bill entitled the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act 2013. My comments also referred to our colleague, Senator Damian Crawford. In respect to Senator Crawford, I said the following. One, that I was surprised that he criticized the Honorable Prime Minister. Two, that in 2013, Senator Damian Crawford was the Junior Minister of Tourism and Entertainment. Three, that he was a member of the Joint Select Committee that reviewed the bill in 2013. Four, that he was the third signatory on the report of that Joint Select Committee which was submitted to Parliament. Five, that the bill submitted for review, including a clause 15 that sought to criminalize the recording and performance of music that promoted or facilitated criminal activity of a criminal organization. 6, that clause 15 was kept out of the bill that was submitted to Parliament by strident advocacy of civil society groups and the then opposition members Babsy Grange, Member of Parliament, and Senator Tom Tavares Finson. 7, that a minority or alternate report was prepared by the opposition and was attached to the report as an appendix. 8, that it would be better if we all supported the plea of the Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. President, all my comments were extracted from the report made to Parliament, and I can refer to pages 15, 16, 17, 22, and 46 of the Joint Select Committee report of 2013. It should be noted that the administration of which Senator Crawford was a member in the passage of the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act 2014 made the Clause 15 a consequential amendment in the Offences Against a Persons Act. It is notable that on the passage of the Principal Act in 2014, Senator Crawford, as a member of the executive, absented himself and made no contribution to the debate at the most critical moment. And to my mind, the principle of collective responsibility applies. Interestingly, Mr. President, there is no mention of Senator Damian Crawford's name as one who advocated for the exclusion of Clause 15, nor is he referred to as a signatory to the alternate report. All my references to Senator Crawford were taken as fact from the report. My personal comment to him was merely to ask why he would not support the plea of the Honorable Prime Minister for greater responsibility on the part of performers, and in the context of him as a member, having heard reports of studies, scientific evidence to support the notion that cultural expressions reinforce behavior. To my surprise, Mr. President, Senator Crawford, who was not present in the chamber, published on social media the following words, and I quote, JLP...
On a point of order, President, on a point of order.
Yes.
What we are getting is doesn't sound to me like a personal statement. It sounds like a repetition of the abuse of a member of the Senate that was done last week. We'd expect a personal statement to show contrition, among other things, and to apologize, and not to be repeating the controversy that led to it. And I'd hope that, having seen the personal statement as you are required under the standing order, you'd have given the Deputy President some guidance so that we do not perpetuate the wrong that was done last week. And I'd like to close what I'm saying to you on the standing order with our prayer. The last set of words which says, in Christian love towards one another. Let's practice that.
Senator Sinclair, continue, please.
I will quote what was placed on social media. JLP Senator Charles Sinclair blatantly lied about me today in my absence. Here is the evidence. Mr. President, those are strong words. Those are words to impugn my character and integrity professionally and as a member of this noble chamber, and are in fact defamatory. Those words, Mr. President, I strongly reject. Mr. President, I take my role here...
Senator Brown, stop the shouting, please. Senator Brown, stop the shouting, please.
Mr. President, I take my role here seriously, and in respect to presentations, I do my research. It is never my intention to be disrespectful to any member, and I do my utmost not to play politics or to be hypocritical, especially when it comes to people's lives and livelihoods, good order, public safety, and the economic welfare of Jamaica and its people. Mr. President, I therefore demand that Senator Crawford remove the said social media post, and to provide and
Senator Brown, will you stop it? Stop shouting. Stop the shouting. Stop the shouting. Senator Sinclair, continue, please.
I therefore demand that Senator Crawford remove the said social media post and to provide an appropriate apology satisfactory to me and with the same prominence and visibility as the previous post and in this
Mr.
Parliament.
President.
If it so pleases you, Mr. President, I thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Morris.
Mr. President, you know, the particular standing order when read makes it absolutely clear that the personal statement cannot be a controversial issue. And so I am very disheartened and surprised that as President of the Senate, you could have approved such a personal, what perceived to be such a statement, because the member is attacking another member in the personal statement, and that is not what the standing orders perceived. So, Mr. President, I am very disheartened. I'm very disappointed in you allowing that to be approved as a personal statement. May it please you.
I have listened to you, Senator Morris, and the simple, basic bottom line here is that the member is saying, Senator Sinclair is saying that a fellow senator called him a liar, and he's clarifying the position, indicating what he had said, pointing out that he did not in fact lie and asking for an apology. I don't see what the big hullabaloo is. Statements by ministers. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives. Petitions. Papers. Let me just recommit. Announcements. Announcements, sorry, with your permission. Those in favor? Against? Madam Clerk. Announcements.
Laid on this table of the Senate today are the following. Ministry papers number 38, 39, 40, and 41 entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Social Intervention dated June 11, 2021, the Mount Salem Community Zone Social Interventions dated September 1, 2017 to June 2021 and signed on June 19, 2021. The August Town Community Zone Social Intervention dated June 11, 2021 and the Greenwich Town Community Zone Social Intervention dated June 11, 2021, respectively. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the August Town Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order 2021, and its resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Greenwich Town Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order 2021, and its resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order 2021, and its resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone extension of period of operation number 3 order 2021 and its resolution, and the annual report of the Financial Investigations Division for the year 2017-2018.
Thank you very much. I think I was at papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Mr. President.
1 minute, please. Notices of motions given orally. 1 minute, please, Senator. Where is it? Senator Morris, go ahead, please.
Speak from a seat other than my own. Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the Senate, I will move the following motion in my name. Whereas Jamaica has rapidly aging society with senior citizens constituting a critical mass of the population, and whereas estimates suggest that over 350,000 or 13.2% of the population can be classified as senior citizens, and whereas these individuals are regarded as vulnerable citizens, and whereas these individuals have toiled and labored for Jamaica, and whereas these individuals deserve to be treated with care, respect, and gratitude, and whereas we have seen from time to time the disregard, disrespect, and neglect of these individuals by family members, and whereas, pardon me, Mr. President, and whereas there is an urgent need to protect these vulnerable citizens, and whereas there is no specific legislation to protect the rights and dignity of senior citizens, be it resolved that this Honorable Senate call upon the government to establish specific legislation in the form of an Elderly Care and Protection Act to protect our senior citizens. And be it resolved that a special select committee of the Senate be established to deliberate on the scope and magnitude of this legislation to be formulated.
Thank you, Senator Morris. Senator Webby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following. Be it resolved that the Senate thank His Excellency, the Governor General, for his gracious speech delivered to both Houses of Parliament on the 18th day of February 2021. Approve the plans and programs outlined in his gracious speech and place on record its appreciation of the performance of the government.
Thank you, Senator Webby. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as members would recall, on the last sitting of the Senate on the 11th of June 2021, we had commenced the debate on the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Amendment Act. That debate will continue today, Mr. President, and as we had only taken apart from the opening 2 contributions yesterday, I therefore ask that other members now be allowed to participate.
Minister Samuda, would you remind me who was the last speaker?
I believe it was Senator Sinclair, President.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to contribute? Thank you, Senator Samuda. Senator Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, Mr. President, I was hoping he was here today for my defense as a legal luminary. Mr. President, the duty of political practitioners, especially those who are blessed enough to sit in the lower house and the upper house, is to seek to solve problems. And in seeking to solve problems, they have conversations and debate as it relates to their perspective of the problems that we face. It is for this reason, Mr. President, that I am a proponent and an advocate for mathematics, because mathematics is the training of the brain in logical thinking and problem solving. One of the problems we have in our country today is because of the lack of appreciation of mathematics and the lack of training of the brain to solve problems at both the individual level and it goes all the way to the national level. When you look at our passes in mathematics, it shows us that when you reach to the problem Olympics, many of us will not be able to win a medal because we have not trained. Sometimes, Senator Hill, I hear people say Bolt run 9.6 seconds or less than 10 seconds and make billions of dollars. But Bolt trained himself for many, many years, trained his body to react and respond in speed maintenance and in endurance and all these things. But if you trained your muscles to improve, how can we not accept you can train your mind to improve? But because we seem to accept Jamaica no problem, we have not been willing to continuously train our people and ourselves of how to solve problems. I don't know if you're informed, Senator Webby, based on the way the media operates. You know, every Tuesday I have free maths classes on Instagram, every Tuesday, 2 hours. And if I'm not available on a Tuesday, Thursday, anybody who wants to sign on, sign on. I know you might not have heard because it didn't come in the media. But a league conversation came every day in the media. I also make myself available to many schools. I just go to a school, call the principal, go to the school and teach mathematics. Because I feel if we train our people to solve problems, we will have less of all the negatives that we face. Now, one of the bases of problem solving, therefore, is knowledge seeking. And how you come to solving this problem is going to be dependent on how you perceive knowledge, how you perceive truth. Because knowledge and information are different in that knowledge is based on truth and information can be truth or lies, but knowledge is based on truth. So how you perceive truth is an important ingredient in how you seek knowledge, and how seeking knowledge is an important ingredient in how you solve problems. Now let us look at how I perceive truth. And these are paradigms, Senator Dr. Morris. These are facts that have been established within methodology, how you perceive truth. I perceive first that truth is singular. There are others, Senator Morris, that believe that truth is multiple, that you have your own truth, that there's multiple truths. These people are what you call interpretivists. Yes. But me, coming from a paradigm of positivism, believe that there is one truth, a single truth, and that truth can be found through scientific methods. That I don't need to go and dig into emotions and feeling at the time, that by rules of science, I can go and find that truth. And so, when I come to the debates in a commitment to problem solving, I come here both to give and to seek knowledge based on my assumptions that the contributions are based on truth. Now, to my chagrin, to my dismay, to my disbelief, in watching a part of this debate, seeking to contribute, thank you, to this debate, I heard, in an effort to suggest that my opinions have changed, in an effort to suggest that my statements are now motivated by things other than the truth, a particular senator suggested that he was surprised by a statement that I made, that the Prime Minister in his statement was hypocritical in what he said, in my opinion, and was incorrect in his analysis that music, in particular dancehall, was a contributor to crime and criminal activity. To that extent, the Senator Sinclair, stated that I had signed a document and that I could have chosen to sign the minority report. I have here in front of me, sir, the document, the report on the Joint Select Committee to consider and report on the bill shortly entitled the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organization Act. And the signatories here, sir, include then Honorable Lisa Hanna, then Honorable Peter Bunting, Damon Crawford, Honorable at the time, Richard Parchment, Olivia Babsy Grange, Mark Golding, Norman Grant, Wentworth Skeffrey, Alexander Williams, former JP Senator, and Senator Tom Tavares Finson. And those signatories, I will look again.
Who's the last name you called?
Senator Tom Tavares Finson. Oliver Babsy Grange. So where was this minority report, and who signed that one? But they were correct in signing this report, sir, because the same report highlighted that after multiple conversations, Section 15 was deleted from the bill. And it goes further to say Section 16 will now be termed Section 15 because Section 15 was being removed from the bill. Now, make a look at truth. Because Senator Tom Tavares Finson at the time was present, he knows how strident I was. He knows how strident I was. And so I draw upon the minutes of the meeting dated November 28, 2013. I was a member of the People's National Party, but I was free to speak my mind because I signed no letter. I signed no letter. I was present at this meeting. This was the last meeting or the second to last meeting before the report. Present at this meeting. Honorable Peter Bunting, Honorable Damon Crawford, Senator Sophia Fraser-Binns, the Honorable Mark Golding, Olivia Babsy Grange, MP, Mrs., Senator Norman Grant, Mr. Richard Parchment, Senator Wentworth Skeffrey, and Senator Alexander Williams. I will speak to some of the interventions that were made on Section 15. On Section 15, I see no record of interventions made by some of those names that he claimed had lobbied. That Mr. Sinclair, Senator Sinclair claimed had lobbied. I see no mention. But I see here, the chairman said that Member Crawford had been citing some studies that he said showed that there was no link between music promoting violence and violence, and perhaps he could assist the committee with providing these references. Member Crawford said there were suggestions that there was a correlation between violent media and violence, but various studies showed that that correlation was not one of causality. He said the concept of media intake could not be restricted to one activity, and therefore violent media was beyond dancehall music. Another statement. Member Crawford stated that it must be made clear that the song or the media containing the endorsement would lead to the action if this was to be accepted. He referred to a number of studies further and stated again, he said that research showed that violent music in particular was more of an escape for persons who wanted to perceive violent actions. The chairman stated that he did not wish for Member Crawford to go further with his references to the studies that showed that there was no correlation between violent media and violent music. Member Crawford stated that there was a list of songs that was presented to the committee, and he would like for the committee to identify within the list which songs spoke to pertaining to particular activity of criminal benefits and which songs were used to suggest violence in totality. This is the list that Senator Sinclair incorrectly suggested that the government requested. And this list that was presented, 103 songs, the minutes indicate that the police themselves said that only a handful of these songs really reflected what they were seeking to analyze within this bill. It is not indifferent from the statement Senator Sinclair made about gangster musicians getting a headline in the newspaper. A headline, I need to find that one. In the newspaper, saying that there are musicians who are the face of gangs. And I'm sure him can find one, I'm sure him can find two. But where, they soon come to that, where they said that there's over 200 gangs, I am sure that the senator cannot identify 20 musicians who are the faces of those gangs to say materially. But he wanted to just make a point that he went on to do. It says, Member Crawford said that he was saying that the approach of the committee must be objective must state the objective before the strategy. And further, Member Crawford said that in the committee, a while ago I heard that he saw no evidence of my lobby. This is evidence. This is evidence. This is the minutes of the Joint Select Committee that he highlighted I was a part of. If he wanted to know what my interventions were, he should have gone and looked into the minutes. Who did get mentioned in that report? Nobody got direct mention in that report, right? It says the opponents are the opposition to the point. It says the opponents are the opposition. We have it here. Come now. He opined that clause 15, this is Senator Crawford once again, was an attack on lyrics and not an attack on gangs. Member Crawford asked to be told of the number of songs, and they said only a handful. He asked for the technical persons in the committee, and multiple. The chairman asked Member Crawford if he would not call informers a particular group, and it continued. So strident was my representation that on the 8th of November 2013, the Gleaner newspaper had a headline, Crawford defends dancehall against anti-gang law. The Gleaner had that headline. You say you do your research? You do your research. Let us go further. It says, Junior Minister of Tourism Damien Crawford has indicated that the world record holder of an athletic superstar would have been in trouble with the law if Gaza was deemed a gang under the proposed anti-gang. That is in the newspaper. I never interrupt you.
No, you can't tell me to sit down, Senator Brown.
Senator Brown.
It's on a point of
Senator Brown, can I ask you just to calm down? You're going to get a strokes. Just calm down, man. Calm down, man. Just calm down. Nobody is impressed with your buffoonery. Just sit down and be quiet. You just be calm, man.
Mr. President.
1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. Senator Crawford, take a seat for me, please. Let me just hear the point
of
order.
order. Mr. President.
Sinclair, you have a
because
point
what
of order.
Senator Crawford is not responding to is what he said, where he said that I told a blatant lie. I spoke from a document, and everything that I said was contained in the document which was laid in Parliament. That is what it is. So if you're addressing it, then you must address it directly to the point as to whether I blatantly lied or I took from a report.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Crawford, continue.
Sir.
Continue, please.
Additionally, Ian Boyne, God rest his soul, he was so moved that he wrote an article on the 8th of December. He said, politicians weak-kneed on hate music. Within that article, he said, Olivia Babsy-Grange and Damian Crawford put aside their political swords to high-five each other as they rallied for the oppressed, the marginalized, and class-profiled dancehall artists. Now, just to be clear, he was being sarcastic in the last point, but even he recognized that lobby. And in retaliation, on the 15th, I wrote an article, not anti-Babsy Grange, Honorable Babsy Grange, who I feel is a supporter of entertainment. I'm not going to allow you to discredit that. But I don't remember an article coming. And I don't remember a defense now that she's in government. I don't remember that defense. I wrote an article that stated, not weak-kneed, but strong-minded on Article 15. These were the lobby efforts that caused for Section 15 to be removed. Now, as I say, we're talking about the anti-gang law. I don't need to respond to it. I don't need to respond to it. So what? In the search for truth, I established, Mr. President, the two reasons why I have continuously stood in defense of entertainment and in particular dancehall. Continuously. This was not based on seeking political support from entertainers. Some people seem to be wondering where the anti-gang is. This was a part of the anti-gang. This was a part of the initial legislation. And reintroduced by a senator who said that he was surprised, so I need to unsurprise the senator so that we can understand why this was removed out of the anti-gang and why it should not be replaced in the anti-gang. And at that time, Mr. President, I stood then and I stood now in defense of entertainment and dancehall against being criminalized or perceived to be a great contributor to criminal activity. For the first reason that it is not true. It does not stand to scientific rigor. It might be an emotional truth that we accept, but it does not stand.
Mr. President, on a point of order.
Senator Crawford, thank you. Senator Longmore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to indicate to the member that you're being erroneous in reflecting.
Hold on a minute. Senator Longmore. Senator Brown, just give me an opportunity to hear what the senator is saying. No? All right, Senator Brown.
There is absolutely...
1 minute. Senator Brown, if you want to take over the role, there's a way in which you can do it, you know. But shouting and screeching is not the role. I don't know what she's doing because I haven't heard her. You don't get that. Senator Longmore, let me hear what you're saying, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The member is being erroneous in reflecting that there is no evidence that indicates the impact that some of the content of what is visually and audibly,
respectfully, Mr. President,
that is exposed to in our society by our young people does not impact on some of the issues of crime and violence.
Senator
and
Longmore.
And he is being misleading to the Senate and to Jamaica.
Senator Longmore.
Thank you.
You will have an opportunity to, that's very interesting, you know. And inevitably you will have an opportunity to put that before us, but it's not a point of order that
sir,
I would accept. Senator
it is becoming a habit, sir, that whenever I'm presenting, it's becoming a habit that whenever I'm presenting, this disturbance become a norm. Right?
Greatest of respect. Senator Crawford, I don't really consider a member standing on a point of order to be a disturbance. It's a legitimate part of the debate.
All right.
What I consider to be a disturbance is shouting when a member is speaking, shouting and interrupting the member, whether it's you or anybody else. And I really would ask that the members cease that activity.
Okay, sir. The first premise upon which I continuously seek to defend music, and in particular dancehall, from what I perceive to be untrue, is that based on my readings and based on the literature before me, with the methodologies that I've come to accept, there is no truth to the causal relationship between violent media consumption and violent activity. There are some people that will seek to say, oh, what about the Bobo Doll research? And that Bobo Doll research suggested that violence, what was a proxy for violence was aggression, which multiple research has shown that aggression is not a reasonable proxy for violence. Worse, crime, because crime is another step away from violence. It can be violent without being criminal. Like beating a woman. But let us look at some of the research that exists. The US government did a study, Mr. President, in 1972. The findings suggest little evidence exists that the consumption of violence had an adverse effect on the majority of children. Ronald Milaski, 1982, he did a research. It says he concluded from a longitudinal study of 3,200 persons and found no evidence of behavioral effect from consuming media violence. In Wigman, 1992, a study of 14 groups from 6 countries found that the opinion formulated on the basis of social learning theory that media violence consumption leads to aggression and aggressive behavior cannot be supported. Dr. Cheryl Olson, 2004. In a study of 1,254 7th and 8th graders plus 500 parents, they found that there was no causal relationship between violent media consumption and violent behavior. Dr. Stanton Semino, 2004. Here the author suggests that even the assumption that the consumption of violent media leads to criminal action is, and I quote, an absurdity. Max Fisher, 2012. He found no causal link between the consumption of violent media and actual gun violence, which is specifically what the Prime Minister was referring to, gun violence. Dr. John Kiburn, 2009, a meta-analysis of 25 studies, which included 12,436 subjects, found a correlation so small that they concluded, and I quote, if the goal of society is to reduce violence, scientific, political, and economic effort would likely bear more fruits in other realms. Dr. Christopher Ferguson, 2013, and I quote, people may object morally to some of the content that exists in media, but the question is whether the media can create criminal behavior. The answer seems to be no, unquote. They argue further, quote, we basically find that genetics and some social issues combined to predict later adult arrest. Despite ongoing concerns about media influence, media do not seem to function as a risk factor for adult criminality. Most recently, McFarlane, 2020. There is no meaningful relationship between music and, quote, real-life violence when compared to police-recorded violent crime data. So when I read these, analyze their methodology, and read others and analyze their methodology, I consistently feel that we cannot seek to solve criminal activity until we truly debate and understand what are the contributors to criminal activity. And if we are sufficiently lazy to quickly grab whatever is before us, then we will not be successful in that effort.
Absolutely.
It is not without any merit. It is not without any effort. I take my time more than you, sir, to do the research and to come to a conclusion based on that research. A conclusion that I had in 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2021.
No flip-flopping.
No flip-flopping here. But it's important that you speak to flip-flopping. Because right here I'm recognizing in an article 2013, the current Prime Minister, then leader of the opposition, Andrew Holness, he said that the government, then the PMP government, should take responsibility for crime.
Yes.
Now, every effort and every opportunity, it is to say something else is the chief contributor. The people in discipline, the people this, the people that. And I was not going to be a part of it. And I am not going to acquiesce to the call to speak with one voice, because the Prime Minister himself speaks with multiple voices. Let's go back to some, what them call it, Gabby, the young people nowadays, the receipts. To some receipts. There's an article titled, Jamaica Prime Minister Andrew Holness drop fire campaign dub plates.
What?
Fire campaign dub plates. And in it, they said some of the dub plates came from Skillibeng. Skillibeng, Mr. Universe. Some of these were on the Prime Minister's personal pages. They said others come from Massacre. What? In this case, it was just a minute. They said some come from Intense. And some come from TJ. I'm going to just highlight for our purpose what some of those content were in those songs. The lyrical content.
It might make it violent.
The song from Massacre, Just a Minute, for which the Prime Minister used as a dub plate for his political activity. In the song, and I quote, "Me at the crocodile chit-chat for a minute, couple rifle, couple Chris Glock for a minute, and me dede I do the whole place lock for a minute." It goes further. "Me just swing the beretta upon me belly for a minute. Link up Erica upon the celly for a minute." What? If he believed that violent music, as he said, created criminal activity, why did he choose this song?
Absolutely.
Why did he choose this song? No more is there. I don't want to go too far. He says in the same song, "Shoot out, heavy tools out, me I bring it. Get the food though, and buy a house every minute." Why choose that particular song of all the songs? So convinced. Javilani did also another one for him called Clark's on Foot. In that song it says, "Shatter than the matic where the Gada bus boom." Why did he choose that song? In the other one here, from Mr. Universe, Skillibeng says, "Roll out with the wet map, Skilly well bad." Now maybe the Prime Minister don't understand some of those metaphors. So maybe he don't know what the wet map is. But then he says, "Plus me big matic na instellar contradiction." Why did he choose? Why did he choose these songs? Another one here, Ona Lane. He made this too, you know. A song he chose. Dog, what make you do that? Carry my name, go to the cops. Love your belly. Love your belly, you that. Them are going to find you dead like 2 rats.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you say you left your expletive yard and not come back. Your mother see your body and ask, I say, who that? Why him choose that song?
This
and why should I feel that there is any? This is the Prime Minister's. This is the Prime Minister's election dub plates. Him never choose Chronics. No. Him never choose Protege. He chose these songs. Let me go further. Antisocial by Intense was a dub plate. It says, loyal, not afraid for talk. Frank, swing the Beretta. That's hypocrisy there. I have been consistent. I'm not the one that should be questioned. I'm not the one that should be questioned here. But
Mr. President, sorry, on a point of order. On a point of order, because, and I wouldn't have stood unless it is that...
1 minute. Senator Crawford, 1 minute. Go ahead, Minister.
Just on a point of order, on the matter of imputing motive and also, of course, on parliamentary attributions. I've just heard him call the Prime Minister a hypocrite, and what I'm saying is that the Prime Minister has always indicated his support for dancehall and the creativity in dancehall, while indicating that it is a problem where violence is promoted by that type of music, by any type of music, as a matter of fact. There's no hypocrisy in the Prime Minister's position, nor did the Prime Minister use any violent language in his dub plates, which had become quite a phenomenon during the last campaign. Thank you, Mr. President.
And thank you. You know, an esteemed journalist, Dion Jackson Miller, correctly asked the former president of the People's National Party, Peter Phillips, that he chose a song from Dovey Magnum. And said, why did you choose that song? Because there are multiple songs to choose from. There are multiple songs. The Senator Sinclair, said that a particular brand was willing to associate with some artists because those artists were singing clean, good music. Why did the Prime Minister choose to associate with these songs? Now, entertainment being a service, a characteristic of entertainment is inseparability. The artist cannot seek to separate himself from the song. That's right. So if you use the artist in an embrace of the song, you then embrace the artist. That's right. In the statement the Prime Minister made, he said the songs coming out to say gunshot in your head were negative songs and should be resisted. Let us look at the lyrics.
Oh boy, you're doing well, man.
Yeah, man. Talk.
Yes,
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired. Is there a significant time left?
No. The norm is the completion. I only have a few.
Senator Brown, come now, man.
You touch bro, God, bad, so then I want to hear you.
If there is, might the Speaker be permitted to complete his presentation? Because I'm hearing no objection to that.
Thank you. Thank you. So make we look.
The question is that the Speaker be permitted time sufficient to complete his presentation, which no doubt will now begin to focus on the legislation before us. Those in favor? Against?
I never wanted to do this, you know. I never even came last week because I had some other things. But I remember when they said I shall down London. And to this day, people think that government paid for me to go to London. I never got government support to go to London. I was invited by Carib Export to go and make an academic presentation in London.
Senator Brown, Senator Crawford, come now, man.
No, you can't tell me.
What's Sheldon?
I am building my point.
You're saying that you paid to go to your own
all right,
to go and Sheldon London.
That is true. Make a continue on the road.
Nobody don't bring up that.
They ask, come on. When we talk about the association, it is suggested it is suggested that there should be a resistance to criminal music in the Prime Minister's opinion because that is going to contribute to criminal activity. I don't think so. So therefore, I should act differently from the Prime Minister.
That's right.
Because I don't agree with his perceptions. The RTC Embrace Massacre, this is one of the lyrics. Who gassed them up? From them this the done. Them I got dead man. Wow. You know the thing go? Who gassed them up? Come we go bust the cylinder. Matic in a lap. Dog half crack the window. We no fly kick in a chest. We no ninja. Whole of the strength in a me index finger. Bust the cylinder. Colder than winter. Simple as you see me dog, me never left the intra. Take with them life. You could have faster than sprinter. Joke you take bad man for. Bust the cylinder. Trigger off a sub. Me kick one in your head. Cut the expletive. From your disc you go dead. Bust the cylinder.
Why?
Them find your body without hand, without head.
Just as a matter of interest, you who said that you are supporting these lyrics.
No, I never get a double plate.
You don't find anything.
The action is the chief support.
I'm just asking a simple question. It is a simple question I'm asking.
Yes.
You don't find that those lyrics outrageous and offensive?
I find some
a simple question.
Yes, I'm going to answer you, sir. I do find some of these lyrics morally offensive.
Okay.
However,
no, that's all I was
no,
asking.
you can't send me off your answer on what you ask, sir. That's not reasonable.
I'm not hearing you.
I'm saying, sir, you ask a question.
I just ask a simple question and you have answered it.
I do find some of these things morally offensive. I do also find some music too bloody.
Because some of your colleagues find it morally offensive too, because I heard Senator Brown behind here groaning and moaning when you were talking those lyrics, you know.
I'm saying, sir.
I was just asking.
When there was a multiplicity of artists to choose from, including the one mentioned by Senator Sinclair, including many others who are straight, cultural, and positive and conscious. The choice was made to take someone who said the exact things that the Prime Minister suggests we should be against. He says, all them attack me a killer. And me I got dead with my finger upon the trigger. Why was he chosen for a dub plate by the Prime Minister? Come again now. Yes. He says, born killer, all sinner march with the tall thinger, war winner. Me bust one in I'm forehead, a crack like a glass Paul Bimmer. Come a war with a small spinner, skin a bun up, war no simmer. Mach 90, me a clip, me squeeze off. Why would you choose that person? The same Montego Bay, they embrace here. Canterbury no, rise the long SLR. Cockburn pen, burn them cancel the war. I'm saying that when you so stridently come to suggest that, my God, you cannot say these things, yet the people who say these things are the ones embraced in your effort to win an election. And the ones who don't say these things were not embraced.
You can't be serious about crime.
And how can I now take you serious?
Right.
In your opinion.
Yes.
But I can't give it to you today.
Yes,
I can't give it to you today. Because I never trouble you. I express my truthful opinion.
Yes, sir.
I express my truthful opinion. So when I listen them, the ones that I don't like, I turn off. I don't come here and grandstand. If you say, oh, because you think the public will support, I don't do that. I am constant and consistent in my truth.
Yeah, man. And the truth must be consistent.
This other one says, constant and consistent. All your friends them are go dead. From the boy if he dead, God know right now. Go to one from Skillibeng. The Glock chip up, fi box him up. Kill man for fun. No ramp with us.
Senator Crawford, thank you. Senator Campbell, you have something to say.
I don't very often do this, but I think what my friend Senator Crawford is doing does amount to an abuse of the Senate.
What happened to sit here this morning?
So what did Mr. Senator Sinclair do this morning?
We have...
Even 1 minute. Senator Chris, sorry. Senator Campbell. 1 minute.
I'm merely pointing out...
1 minute. Senator Fraser-Binns, would you like to respond and make a ruling on the...
No, sir, the point has been...
Point of order? Okay, go ahead, please, Senator Campbell.
Whilst I agree, Mr. President, that some accommodation ought to be made for senators to go outside their presentation as it relates to the specific clauses which we have in this particular case. We have 14 clauses which we ought to focus on to make sure that what we are dealing with is relevant to the proceedings before the Senate. And I'm yet to see one mention of any of these clauses in Senator Crawford's presentation, and I believe it at this point it does amount to an abuse. And I ask you to
Senator, the point that is raised is that you make your presentation, which is very interesting to me, because some of those lyrics that you say you find morally objectionable, but what? I've never heard some of them before. So I'm finding it very interesting, but not very relevant to the bill at hand. You hear this? Senator Brown, 1 minute. Senator Brown, you want to make the ruling for me? Make it and let me hear what you have.
If it is thy will that I make it, I believe it is relevant to the debate, because Sinclair went that road with your permission.
Senator Brown has had his say. My ruling is that you are to make your presentation relevant. I have allowed you some scope, make it relevant to the legislation before you. And don't, please, I'm asking you, don't defend by saying that you are being well. Just time is running on us. Just complete your presentation.
All right, sir. I think the point has been made that the choices that were made for political expedience don't match the statements that were made. And it makes the statements less than trustworthy when you look at the actions and the choices that were taken. But as it relates to the bill, sir, I see a bill before us for gang, anti-gang. And I see within the government the constant suggestion that music is an influencer to gang activity and gang participation.
Senator, can I ask a question just by virtue of debate? You don't think that some of those things that you were just reading a while ago is a dreadful
I answered,
influence?
sir. But no, but it's reasonable.
No, man. No, I'm addressing Senator Crawford.
Mr. President.
Senator Morris. Is Senator Crawford? No. Senator Morris. No, I'm addressing Senator Crawford. I'm just asking a simple question.
No, but Mr. President.
Morris.
As President of the Senate, you are inserting yourself in the debate.
It wouldn't be the first president to insert himself into any debate.
And if you insert yourself like that in the debate, Mr. President, it is going to impair your judgment in ruling.
It never impaired your judgment. Senator Morris, it never impaired your judgment when you impose yourself in a debate.
I never imposed myself in any debate in the Senate.
I'm just asking a simple question.
Sir.
Never.
Sir. And you answer the question by Senator Morris's interruption. You have answered the question.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President, now you know what the answer again. Yeah.
All ears, believe me.
Okay, Mr. President. I come back to where I started. How do I perceive truth? I perceive that there is no place for my bias in seeking truth. My only duty is to come with a hypothesis and then study to prove or disprove that hypothesis. I have said to you, sir, that what I have studied suggests to me that even if my emotion tells me that it may be so, that the facts presented before me deny it in my opinion. Oh my God.
Senator Crawford, you have answered my question?
Yes,
so,
but what happened now, sir?
You of all people don't need Senator Morris or Senator Brown to take up for you, you know?
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Okay.
But I'm saying, sir, I'm happy when they do. What we have in front of us here, sir, is an article titled Lyrical Gangster. And that article is based on the presentation on this bill that was done by Senator Sinclair.
Yes, and that is his opinion.
So therefore, I'm saying that my retort is properly fitting because I am fearful that the next update will have music criminalized in the bill. You like to lie. I'm moving on because I made the point. I made the point. I'm just trying to find truth. That's all I'm trying to find. Within the anti-gang, one of the key considerations is the anti-informer culture. Key consideration. The police continue to suggest that the anti-informer culture is one of the key contributors to our inability to solve these crimes. And I have here in front of me an article dated the 1st of February 2013 where the Prime Minister is quoted to say, "Speak up and speak out." He was at a G2K function and he said that he's calling Jamaica need to break the culture of silence, which he says is providing a hiding place for heartless killers. That's what he said is in his words. Just like when they say no gun song in his words. But what have he said in his action? I remember reading in the newspaper, Senator Morris, that the Prime Minister, in his position as leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, asked for an investigation into the George Wright matter by the General Secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, who is the Minister of Security. Has that been turned over to the police? Has that investigation been turned over to the police in an effort to show an example of speaking up and speaking out? I have not seen that. I have not seen that.
What is the action?
The action is silence. It's not speaking up and not speaking up. I read in the newspaper where the police said the video is not sufficient to say it is the man. We are at the anti-informer culture.
But where's the relevance of what you're commenting on to the bill that you have before you?
Oh boy.
No, I'm asking for relevance.
It has been stated. It has been stated on multiple occasions, including in the anti-gang, that if you should prevent somebody from informing, from giving evidence, you're liable to a charge. I'm saying that there needs to be examples within our society. That's right. And we are in an example business. We are in an example business. We are in a little fishbowl, people watching us and looking at us. You never know I was coming back. You never know when you were talking all kind of things, seeking to discredit me instead of debate me. You never know. No. You never know. But now you're talking all kind of
Address me, please, Senator Crawford.
Why
Address me. It's okay,
Crawford
Senator.
seeking to abuse me, Mr. President? Because
yeah,
I never sought to discredit him or to abuse him.
Yeah,
I made reference to all the things that I said, one by one, and there is nothing that I said which was inaccurate against Senator Crawford.
Thank you. Senator Crawford, continue.
You know what, Mr. President? I'm not even going to go too much further. Because my point has been made that there is no truth in this debate on that side. That there was no intent to debate but to discredit, which has been disproven today. And that, in my opinion, my consistency suggests that I remain truthful. And so, when I look at what is before us, Mr. President, it has been my duty and my responsibility, I take it, to protect an industry that offers an opportunity to persons who, to protect, Mr. President, I've asked for your protection. I asked for your protection.
No problem. You
to protect an industry which offers opportunity to many within our society that once depended upon employment that is no longer available. I read in the newspaper 65% of our people don't have not even one subject. Many of them turn to taxi. That is at risk now. I see this next thing coming in. Some of them turn to vending. I used to buy a house at Portmore and them thing. That has been under siege. And many turn to entertainment. When the leader of our country make these statements, it adds support to countries in the CARICOM and otherwise that continue to ban our artists. It adds support to no wonder the entertainment industry has been treated like this if the opinion of it is so negative. And so therefore, I feel that it is necessary, sir. It is necessary for us to at least do a study. Commission a study now. Commission a study, 2 or 3 studies to say, is my hypothesis correct? Before the leader come to make statements that a lot of research suggests is not true. A lot of research is said to be not true. So, I look forward to hearing the other research. I look forward to hearing the other research. But I have presented it though,
please. Senator Campbell. Go ahead, please.
Senator Campbell asked me to bring my research that I have brought.
Okay, no problem. I will heard it.
Well, no, I'll leave that to you because the six are not gospel singers who the Prime Minister wear on his head and his chest broga daily. And that song too speaks to criminal activity. But I thank you for facilitating because I think I've cleared up the lies and made truth the basis of this.
One minute, please. I'm trying to just determine. Maybe I'll ask Senator Crawford on a one-to-one basis. Maybe I need to ask you, because what you're saying is that you're afraid that some of these debates might encourage some of our CARICOM, I think CARICOM was your phrase that you, in not allowing some of these entertainers in. Do you think if some of those lyrics that you read was made available to persons that would want to encourage them into their country? But you and I will discuss that. Thank you, Senator Crawford, for a very lively debate. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before
I make my contribution to the bill before us, and let me just remind Jamaica what the bill is because it may have been lost. An act to amend the Criminal Justice, Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act. But before I make my contribution there, let me just take the opportunity to wish all the fathers in this house and in Jamaica a happy Father's Day on Sunday. Thank you for your contribution to the children of Jamaica. Mr. President, let me just start by saying I am an informer. And I love my country to the core of my being. And as such, I have no problem being tagged an informer if it will help Jamaica to be her best self. And Mr. President, I hope you will allow me just a little bit of leeway to say that I belong to a political party that I hope will never sanction a member and take them to any disciplinary committee to prevent them from being an informer, Mr. President, because we must be careful. We must be careful that we do not silence people when they try to protect children in Jamaica. So I stand with every informer who informs about abuse of our children. Let us.
An interesting debate.
So let me not spend any more time talking about myself, but get on to the bill before us, Mr. President. Let me remind Jamaicans. Because that's the business we are in here to do. We are here to make Jamaica better. We are here to inform Jamaicans as to the work we are doing to make lives better, not defending our individual selves. And I will gamble in this house today. I will wager 10 goats that Jamaica would feel better if we spent less time posturing and more time doing the work that we were sent here to do. 10 goats, I wager. You can choose, but I'm sure you know win the bet. So let me remind us, the purpose, Mr. President, of the bill is to undermine criminal organizations by criminalizing the participation and promotion of the activities carried out by such entities. That is the purpose. And why is that needed? That's where we need to focus. Why is that needed? It is because organized criminal groups in Jamaica, that's a tier 1. We have a problem. It is a threat to our nation. Outside of COVID-19, what is a bigger threat? There is none. And as such, this bill is important because it's going to help us to get that much further. I have sat and I have listened, and I stand to be corrected. But Jamaica and Jamaicans would be happier if today, on our side, we could spend less time defending, and on the other side, if you could stop posturing and pretending as though one is better than the other. Let's just do the business at hand. Mr. President, let us look, for example, when Minister Samuda made his presentation last week, he spoke to the fact that the principal legislation, the one we're seeking to amend, has rarely been applied in the courts. And we ask ourselves why. We have 379 gangs in Jamaica. 262 are active. In 2020, 61% of murders were gang-related. When you look at those statistics, and then you realize that the original legislation was not being used, today we should be focused on the fact that this legislation is going to make it more user-friendly. So we will get further. Now, the situation is urgent and needs all hands on deck, Mr. President. And I am a politician, or as some say, political practitioner. But I was also a mathematics teacher for years. You know, so I thought, and let me just brag for a second here. If anybody go look up my CXC results, I got a 1 for math with straight A profile. So I can say I'm a math expert. And as such, based on what my colleague has said, and I agree with him, my mind is logical and my thought process is distinct. It is towards problem solving. And as
Sorry, Senator. May I just point out to the other colleagues that the logical extension of what you are saying is that those of us who did not pass CXC maths have a confused mind?
No, but Mr. President, I doubt there is anyone sitting in this room.
I can assure you, to the best of my recollection, Lambert did not pass O-level mathematics.
I cannot speak to that one, Mr. President.
But this I say O-level.
No, I was saying I'm a politician and I am a former mathematics teacher. But our politics in Jamaica, based on the winner-takes-all system, facilitates a lot of confrontation, and it facilitates the need for us to score points every chance we get. That is the system we have. But what I say today and what I urge is that, Mr. President, is that we learn the art in this House of when it is important to put aside that need to pander and to focus on what needs to be done. Mr. President, the bill is being amended primarily to allow for its greater use, and the recommendations from the Joint Select Committee, plus those from the other place, have combined to get us to a good place moving forward. For example, the amendments to sections 7 and 8 of the Principal Act, if we look at it, it says the removal of the word "and" should have a significant effect on the use of the legislation. How? The list of factors the court will now take into account will now read disjunctively instead of conjunctively. That gives a greater leeway for judges, for the courts to use the legislation. Mr. President, Clause 9, which amends Section 15 of the Principal Act, is special to me as a mother. Why? This amendment expands the list of aggravating factors that should be considered at the point of sentencing a person for the commission of an offense under the Act. Much of these include the recruitment of a child in offenses under this Act. This is significant, especially because we're having a problem with what's happening with our children in Jamaica. We must protect our children and curb their involvement as a way to cut crime in the long run. And Mr. President, this legislation does so. Mr. President, Clause 6, which amends Section 8 of the Principal Act, is also significant. Our courts and security forces must not skip a beat in applying these. This clause relates to knowingly causing or knowingly permitting premises or a conveyance to be used for any purpose which constitutes an offense under this Act. Mr. President, we must publicize this so that Landasha will know that if she lets Johnny use the house her grandmother died and left her for him and his boys to plan a robbery, she could face a penalty of imprisonment. I bet another 21 goats, Mr. President, that Landasha and her friends would be less likely to help Johnny and his boys. Quite often, if she knew she was also committing an act which could lead to imprisonment. There is no deniability. Mr. President, each law-abiding citizen has a role to play, and that role is not only not committing crimes. It is also about being proactive. And as I said, I'm being proactive because I publicly declare that I'm an informer. But Mr. President, those of us with the privilege of sitting in this House, whether as a senator or as a member of parliament, have an even greater responsibility. Jamaica needs us to rein in what we now do in order to make Jamaica the safest she can be. And Mr. President, I just want to remind us that we have to be careful. I have sat here and I'm a junior senator, so sometimes I sit and listen and I don't say because I'm learning. But when we spend the time and focus on 1 out of 1,000,000 things that the Prime Minister has said, we are going down a dangerous path. Let me tell you why we're going down a dangerous path. Is the real issue the choice of music for an election campaign, or is it that lyrics that were read earlier can influence the mind's values and actions? And that is where we must focus. We have to start zeroing in on what truly matters and what will make a difference. Mr. President, without doubt, I am proud to support this bill because I would like my grandchildren to grow up in a beautiful, safe Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rodriguez. Campbell Rodriguez, right? Senator Morris, I recognize you, I believe, from a seat other than your own.
Yes, and you did already, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Mr. President, as an individual who has been serving this parliament for, I think, going on to 19 years, I pay a lot of respect to the leaders, office holders, including the President of the Senate, whoever the individual is. And I also have a lot of respect for the Prime Minister, and I will say without any fear of contradiction, I regard him as my friend. I have had a very good relationship with him over the years. But one thing we must always remember, that we operate in a democracy. And in this democracy, it gives us the freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And as an opposition, we have a responsibility to speak our truth and to speak it clearly. And sometimes that truth is going to be offensive to some individuals. But we on this side, we are not going to be resiling from that responsibility to speak the truth. And so we are going to be critical of the Prime Minister yesterday. We are going to be critical of the Prime Minister today, and we are going to be critical of the Prime Minister tomorrow, wherever we deem it necessary. And no individual is going to stop us from levying our criticism, because we have a responsibility and a duty to carry out our mandate. Mr. President, I support this bill wholeheartedly. And Senator Samuda, have no fear. You are going to get our support and you are going to get our vote. The leader of government business in his opening indicated and expressed the support. But that doesn't mean that as individuals who are a part of this team, that we are not going to cite certain issues that we believe are of critical importance to the legislation and to the country in general. And that is what we seek to do in our discussion here today. Because, Mr. President, the bill is seeking to make amendment to a legislation that was passed by us when we were government a few years ago. And in order to make it more effective in the crime-fighting initiatives, these amendments we deem to be relevant. But one of the things that I have found out over the years, Mr. President, is there are some factors contributing to the level of criminality in our society. And one of them, based on conversations that I have had with individuals in the society, is a belief by individuals in the society that politicians are associated with gangsters and gang members. I tell you honestly, Mr. President, I can't say John Brown is associated with. I can't say Senator Doe is associated, because I just don't know. Honestly, from my vantage point, I mean, when I look across the aisle, I see the individuals. I deem you all as honorable individuals who are making your contribution to the society. I don't know what you do when you leave these hallowed walls. I mean, there are some individuals that I'm very close to. I mean, Senator Samuda and Senator Williams, I have a very good and long-standing relationship with. But there is a need for individuals who are political practitioners in general, whether it be in the parliament or whether be it at the parish council level, to isolate or extricate themselves from any form of gunman or gangsters that are out there in the society. Because citizens in the communities know of the association. And when they can tag and link politicians to gang members. It is going to be difficult, Senator Natalie Rodriguez, for those citizens to become informants because they know of the links with politicians and gangsters. And the message must be that all of us, Senator Webby, who are involved with this politics, must make sure that we isolate ourselves from these criminal elements in the society. No two ways about that. Because we have to send a clear signal as to where we stand. Me and no gang man and a friend, me and no bad man and a friend. My bad man friend are the police. And I shouldn't call the police, them no bad man still. But understand what I am saying. They are my friends. And if I should end up into any problem, I can't go to no bad man to defend me. It's the police I have to run to. And we make the job of the police difficult when, as political practitioners, we associate ourselves with gangsters. And the call must go out to any member of the political directorate who are associated with these individuals to isolate, to extricate themselves from these criminal gangsters. Mr. President, I have spoke in this Senate on a number of occasions about the issue of our social policy as a crime-fighting strategy. And I'm going to go there again today because it is relevant. And why is it relevant, Mr. President? My good friend, Senator Samuda, last week pointed to the fact that there are some 379 gangs in our country. And when you multiply these gangs, whether it be by 10, whether it be by 20, it's a significant portion of our young men who the data is suggesting are the dominant players in these gangs involved with criminal activities. And what it is saying to me is that something is not happening correctly. A study was recently released by Capri, which pointed to a significant portion of funds being invested in social programs over a 10-year period. I think the figure was 387 billion that they used over a 10-year period. And this is separate, according to the study, from the over $900 billion that was spent on education over that 10-year period. So on one hand, you have general social programs over a 10-year period in the study, 2007 to 2017, 387 billion. And over the said period, you have 900 billion on education. So you're talking about an average of 38 billion being spent on general social programs, and then on education about 90 billion on an annual basis. I still believe, Senator Crawford, that the figure for education is still low, yes, because we should be investing significantly more in education. But one of the things that galls me is that in spite of all of this, we are seeing the crime levels going up and up and up each year. You know, last week it was reported in this honorable chamber that year to date crime in terms of murder, the murder rate was down by 2%. But by this week, that figure has flipped because almost 50 murders were reported during this week. Something is fundamentally wrong in our society, Mr. President. Why it is that we are so violent, and why is it that this level of criminality, Senator Webby, continues? And that is why I personally up to this day was very disappointed, Senator Samuda, with the statement that the Prime Minister made in 2016 in Hanover about linking the People's National Party to crime and violence, and saying that if you vote for his administration or a vote for the PNP meant that you're not going to be able to sleep with your windows and your doors open. So the Jamaican people made a choice in 2016. And 5 years later, we are still seeing an escalation in the level of crime and violence, the level of criminality. So it tells me that it is not a PNP problem. It is not a PNP problem, and that statement was erroneously made. Erroneously made. And when people sit down and look and listen and see how we operate and behave towards each other, those are some of the things why they don't even bother and come forward to make what they know about criminality known to individuals, because we sort of politicize the crime and violence issue, when we should be uniting together to put the criminals on the back foot. But what we do, we are so divided against each other that we render the policies and the legislation that we pass in the parliament useless, because when we expect individuals to come forward to give support and to tell police what they know, the people say, eh? And the politician, them a behave so, and the politician, them a treat them one another like that.
I'm not telling from the mind.
I'm not talking. I mean, when I heard of the video, for example, I have to go there because that thing hurt me and cut me up so much. I don't know if it's because, Senator Welby, the way how my wife was describing the hits that was being thrown on the lady in the video, why it galled me so much. Well, you know, I mean, it really galled me what happened in that video. And the people out in the community know and see what happened, because it must have been somebody who videoed that incident. But you think, say, that person go and come forward and can tell? You think, say, anybody go and come forward and tell what happened? Not at all. They're not going to do it because they say, one, the allegation and the accusation is that he's a politician, and them know, say, that the politician them linked to all manner of people, And so they are protecting their own selves. And that is why I started my presentation by speaking to the need for us as political leaders and practitioners to extricate ourselves from any form of criminal gangs or criminal dons that are out there in the society, because we have to send a signal to the community that we are going to make a difference. And so it really galled me. But as I contemplated on the person that was throwing the blows in that video, I said to myself that undoubtedly this is as a result of the failures of our social policy and our social institution. Because if it is that our social institutions were effective, a man of that standing, a man having a relationship with that woman, could never venture into beating that woman that way. Could never. And I said in a statement a couple weeks ago that that person is a sick person and needs psychiatric treatment, Senator Longmore. You have a lot of work to do. You have a lot of work to do. And I tell you, Mr. President, we have to make sure that we do everything within our powers, everything in our powers, to make the funds that are being invested in terms of our social institutions and driving our social policies more efficacious. Because what I see happening is that we are not spending these resources efficiently. And Senator Samuda, I have spoken over and over about the need for more social workers to be in the government system to help to deal with some of the community problems. Because if we had more social workers in the system, I am certain we would not see this level of gang formation mushrooming across the country. Because you would have social workers who are visiting community and would be able to point these young men in a particular direction. Because it's not as if that there are not resources available to assist here and there. There are resources there based on what the data is showing. 387 billion over a 10-year period, averaging at least 40 billion a year. We have to find a way to make sure that these funds are more effectively spent. And when we do that, we have to ensure that we have the professionals that are there in the communities to give support. And again, I call for a massive infusion of social workers in the public sector to assist in the crime-fighting initiative of the government. Because some of the things that we ask police to do, the police only come in at the back end when there is a criminal act that has been committed. And we are expecting the police to be social workers at the same time as being crime fighters, and it cannot work. So whilst we have increased the numbers in the Jamaica Defense Force, I understand based on the data that we are now up to about 8,000 individuals in the JDF, and Senator Samuda can correct me if that figure is wrong. But I am saying it would have been more prudent for us to have at least 1,000 social workers injected in the public sector to help deal with some of the crime-fighting initiatives. So there is an imbalance in terms of our strategic focus, Senator Webby, and I've asked for it for years. I've asked for it for years, for a greater infusion of social workers in the system. When you look at the PATH program, which is the government's major poverty alleviation program, I'm very proud to have been the minister to preside over its implementation in 2002 and to see that it is still going on strong 20 years later. But under that program, if you look, there are over 320,000 individuals on the PATH program. But there are less than 300 social workers, Senator Webby, on the program. When you do the mathematical averaging, Senator Crawford, it works out to one social worker to 1,000 individuals on the PATH program. 1,000 PATH beneficiaries. That is madness.
And the fringe part people don't count in it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because all of those individuals are part of a family. So you have to multiply all of those beneficiaries by about 3. So you can just understand the problem. So we need to make sure that we correct that problem. And Senator Samuda, I'm going to be talking over and over. I'm not going to stop talking because I know that it will help you too, because even in the prisons, there is a shortage of social workers, from my understanding. And that is why you have so many individuals who are repeat offenders and going back into the prison system, because we don't have the social workers to assist in counseling and guiding these individuals. You know, Mr. President, Senator Natalie Rodriguez spoke to this week being Father's weekend. And you know, Mr. President, I can talk our business, because me and her go way back to the University of the West Indies. And she have a very good husband. I mean, we were colleagues and friends in the Department of Government, right? And so, you know, I tell you, there's a lot of interconnectivity between senators, and that is why sometimes, I wish we can less be attacking and caustic on the characters of individuals in the parliament, But, Senator Rodriguez's point to this week being Father's Day, Sunday. And as I contemplate about Father's Day, I said to myself, how many fathers have been murdered as a result of gangster activity over the years and denied children of that right to a father? And then we see those children who have had their fathers taken away from them become gangsters themselves, because they are saying, boy, them take for me father, so me I go back for them at some point in time. And the cycle of criminality and the cycle of violence continues. And I said to myself, what can we do as a Senate to assist in stemming that tide in the communities? Right now, I think this constituency falls in central Kingston or borders. And there is an upheaval. I see my very good friend, I will tell you, he was my little sparring partner at university before he ventured into politics. MP Donovan Williams.
Not a good domino player.
No, not at all. Not at all. But I see Donovan and former Senator Imani Duncan Price, who's also my very good friend, on television, in pains, anguish, distress about the level of murders and criminality that is taking place in the constituency. And it's all tied and related to the level of gangsterism that has become a feature of our society. And I have said to myself, you know, in this Senate, we have the minister without portfolio in the office, the Ministry of National Security. And he's a trying young man. What can we do as males in this honorable Senate to assist him in that fight against crime and violence? What can we do to go in those communities and talk to those young men and show them the lifestyle that we have lived and the journey that we have traveled and how we have used education and how we have used legitimate means to become who we are? How can we assist in that regard? Because I see honorable men all around us in this honorable chamber. And the call must be for men of integrity and men of standing to step up to the plate, to venture into an arrangement, an agreement with the Ministry of National Security and the police. Make we walk, go into the communities and talk with the youth, them, no man. Make we try to show them a different pathway. I know that Senator Crawford have a mathematics initiative where him do with young people in the inner city from time to time. We need more of that sort of initiative. And I am calling upon us men as we venture into Father's Day. Let us be reminded of those children whose fathers have been robbed, have been snatched away from them because of gangsterism. And if we want to change that, let us rally together. Let us rally together and send a signal and go out there in the communities. Because, Mr. President, as I close, every day something happens on the criminal frontier that really hurts me. And I was very disappointed. I was very angered last week when the news came that some workers on a garbage truck, these workers were held up at gunpoint in middle day by a criminal on a bike. And they were robbed of the little that they have. Robbed of the little that they have. And that's why I tell you, Mr. President, me are no criminal and no friend, me am no gangster and no friend, me are no bad man and no friend. Because they will come for my friend Today, they will come for you tomorrow, and they will come for me the next day. And I say, let us pass this legislation and other pieces of legislation that will empower the police in their work, that will empower the judges in their work. Mr. President, a couple months ago, I had a matter in the court, a land matter, not a criminal matter. Had a land matter, and Senator Samuda was very disturbed to see the judge telling me when I was giving my evidence that I must go slow because him taking notes. He have to write down the notes. What madness is that in 21st century Jamaica? And we expect that justice is going to be efficient and delivered quickly in our society. And that is why you see people take up the law into their own hands. We have to correct all of these problems so that we can have an effective crime-fighting strategy to eradicate criminality, to eradicate gunmen, to eradicate gangsters from the face of our society. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morris, and we now have Senator Longmore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I honestly did not come prepared to contribute to the bill this morning, but I had to, because my goodly colleague on the other side, Senator Crawford, you asked to be informed. I will be an informer today. I will bring you up to date with some of the information that you presented in your debate. And to be very honest with you, let me apologize for that, that point of order that I raised, because I was so lost in the fact that you weren't really relating to the bill that I thought you were actually responding to Senator Sinclair. So you know, you just weren't on the bill at all. So I just let me intervene at that point. But I rise to recognize that this is a very significant piece of legislation. But before, and I would hope that as much effort that is going into addressing the reactions and the seeking the avenues to justify crime and to see justice in crime and violence, that we seek to address the prevention and the preventative aspects of crime and violence, and they are quite significant. And Senator Crawford, with respect to your reference, I could not sit here. I'm a behavioral scientist, if I may say, of the highest qualification. And I could not sit here and let you erroneously reflect that there's no link to media content and the effect on violence in our society. I will quote from 2008, articles on an academic publication website, PubMed. Linkages between internet and other media violence with seriously violent behavior by the youth. This is by Barra et al. In Pediatrics, in a International Journal of Pediatrics, 2008. Conclusion: exposure to violence in the media is associated with concurrent reports of seriously violent behavior across media, including games and music. Newer forms of violent media seem to be especially concerning.
Good research, see? Good research.
I pull on another reference. This is youth violence, what we know and what we need to know. This is from the American Journal of Psychology in 2016. This is by Bushman et al. We consider new quantitative data mining procedures that can be used to predict youth violence perpetrated by groups and individuals, recognizing critical issues of privacy and ethical concerns that arise in the prediction of violence. We also discuss implications of the current evidence for reducing youth violence and offer suggestions. We conclude that by arguing prevention of violence in our society, that the media needs to be addressed. Hold on, we're coming up with the others. Media violence and other aggressive risk factors in 7 nations. The media violence effect on aggression remains significant even after statistically controlling for a number of relevant risk and protective factors, and was similar in magnitude to the effects of other risk factors. In support of the cumulative risk factor, joint efforts of different risk factors on aggressive behavior in each culture were larger than effects of individual risk factor. There is no question about the media violence link with respect to the last one, the role of media violence, and I have one specific to Jamaica. The role of media violence in violent behavior. The relationship, and this is from the annual review of public health in 2006. The relationship between media violence and real-world violence and aggression is moderated by the nature of the media content and characteristics of and social influences on the individual exposed to that content. Still, the average overall effect is large enough to place this in the category of known threats to public health. There is no question regarding the effect of media content and violent media content and subsequent violent behavior. And here we have the effects of dancehall genre on adolescent sexual and violent behavior in Jamaica, a public health concern. And this is by none other than Alexei Crawford, maybe one of your other relatives, who might be a bit more informed. And his conclusion, and let me remind you of the title of it, The Effects of Dancehall Genre on Adolescent Sexual and Violent Behavior in Jamaica, a Public Health Concern. Conclusion: there is a correlation between hardcore dancehall genre and the sexual and violent behaviors of adolescents. There is absolutely no question, and it is unfortunate that, you know, and I empathize that you clearly were not au fait to this level of research in your presentation.
Can I have a point of order, Mr. President?
Just call me the informer. I'm informing you. Yeah. I'm informing you. I'll be an informer like Natalie.
Yeah.
Point of order, Senator Crawford.
Yeah, Mr. President. And I think, give me a chance.
Senator Crawford, the point of order.
Yes. I think that I think that the member is misleading in her suggestions, because I've highlighted firstly in my presentation that aggression is it has been proven not a reasonable representation or proxy for violence. And secondly, I believe that the member is seeking to suggest incorrectly that I have not done my research while I presented. So if you have counter research, the member should simply present that.
Well, all right. Senator,
thank you.
It's not a point of order, but I take note that Senator Longmore is an expert in the area.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like I said, I empathize and I recognize that I needed to put on the teaching cap here, my friend. And the last one that I will quote is from the American Academy of Pediatrics, policy statement, impact of music, music lyrics, and music videos on children and the youth. And this is in a 2009 communication. And it quotes, as with popular music, the perception and the effect of music video messages are important, because research has reported that exposure to violence, sexual messages, sexual stereotypes, and the use of substances of abuse in music videos might produce significant changes in behaviors and attitudes of young viewers. Pediatricians and parents should be made fully aware of this information. Furthermore, with the evidence portrayed in these studies, it is essential for pediatricians, and parents to take a stand regarding music lyrics. Now, Mr. President, one of my concerns with the presentations that we have heard, and as a mathematician and established as such by myself, if A equals B, if A plus B equals C, then B minus A plus B equals C, then C minus B equals A. I tell you, a long time in the maths, but that's how long I heard about grade ones. It went all the way. If A plus B equals C, then C minus B must equal A. So that is the connectivity between the logical thinking and going towards the problem solving. Now, if you are going to conclude that the Prime Minister's the content of some of the lyrics and trying to remove the connection in your expressed aberrations that you alluded to in terms of reflecting on the contents of the lyrics, it is inconclusive for you to come to the fact that there is no correlation between the contents of the lyrics and the violent behavior. Because you're the same one who is here going on so emotionally responsive to the lyrics, not that were used, but the hypocrisy, Senator Crawford, is that we are not here defending whether or not our side of the government is basically against entertainers and dancehall music. We embrace it, but we want to do it in a way that it is healthy for our people. We are here trying to recognize that there are impacting factors that we must address in dealing with crime and violence. On that note, Senator Morris, I too read the Capri report, and it is really very disheartening. And not only around the issues of social health, and let me put it in the context, President, that social health is one arm of mental health. So when I hear Senator Morris advocating for the increased cadre of social workers, we must recognize that this is to be in the context of a greater team. We cannot, the issues of some of these youths in our community, a social worker cannot manage. That is just a part of the solution, Senator Morris. And that is now, I'm not going to belabor the point, because that's what the State of the Nation is for. But not disclaiming it, but I am trying to also help you to recognize that it is a part of the solution, and if we run with only that part, we may end up creating more of an issue, and it would be inefficient and highly ineffective. We have to see, the Capri report spoke to a lot more and a lot more need. And what I will agree with you is that we need to, as we seek to address crime and violence in our society, we need to focus on the preventative aspects of such. So in that respect, President, as I said, I did not intend on speaking on the bill. I recognize the importance of it, but I was compelled to respond to a lot of the erroneous information that came from the other side. And I so support the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Longmore. Senator Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this morning I rise to make a brief intervention on this piece of legislation before us. And this piece of legislation, in my understanding, the Criminal Justice Act, was tailored with the intention of undermining criminal organizations by criminalizing their participation and in promotion of the activities carried out by these groups. Mr. President, I believe that it is paramount that we here ensure that the most stringent but also most effective clauses are contained in the document, and I want to add my support to this piece of legislation. But colleagues, this morning I want to speak specifically about youth, because this is a group that cannot be excluded from this conversation on crime and on violence. Because our youth, yes, our youth have been cited as a group that is severely affected by violence, but also as a group that is largely cited as a perpetrator of violence. And I remember last week, Mr. President, I think it was Senator Samuda who referenced the Wanted Wednesdays initiative, and he spoke to the promises of that and the positives of that. But what stood out for me, Mr. President, was the fact that many of these young men listed on the Wanted Wednesdays list were younger than 25. Wow. And this is an alarming fact that says that many of our youth, especially our young men, are gravitating to a life of crime. My colleague senator, he mentioned the Capri report. And I want us to look at the data that's in that report, because we've been talking all morning about science and math, and it's very important that we consider the science behind or the things that we put into this legislation. The Capri report, what it says, Mr. President, is that the majority of the victims and perpetrators of crime are young males from volatile, socio-economically depressed communities. And these males are generally unemployed, undereducated, and under 35 years old. Very important for us to note as we move forward in trying to curb this scourge of violence. Capri also notes that during the period of 2013 and 2018, males under 35 years old represented 77% of all perpetrators arrested and charged with a Category 1 crime. And during those same years, Mr. President, it was noted that males under 35 years old represented 80% of all homicide victims. So imagine that. So they're perpetrating crimes and they're victims. And this relates specifically to the legislation that is before us. Violent gangs, largely composed of young men, were responsible for 63% of all murders. So, Mr. President, these statistics that I'm laying out, it's not just a cause for concern, but, Mr. President, it is a cause or a call for action. Our young people are under siege, and we have to move now to curb this scourge of violence if we are to save this generation. For years, Mr. President, we've lamented the reasons behind our youth resorting to a life of crime. And this is important for us to identify the root causes. My colleague senator noted that earlier. So whether it be violence at home or in the wider community, whether it be too little adult supervision, whether it be a lack of positive role models, Senator Morris mentioned male role models especially, all these are contributing factors. But, Mr. President, I believe that we are at a point where we have to look at these factors and move to solutions. And I want to say that legislation like this is critical to us dismantling the criminality and lawlessness that exists, especially among our young people. And I find favor especially with the insertion of Section 8A at Clause 6, which criminalizes a person knowingly allowing the use of property for gang activity. Because, Mr. President, I believe it captures parents even who might facilitate or turn a blind eye to their children's illicit activities. And this morning, I want to speak specifically and encourage parents to take an active role in monitoring children. Keep a tab on their friends and the activities that they're participating in. And I also want to make a greater call for there to be greater supporting systems that will bolster the efforts of parents and help them to prevent their children from going down the path of crime. Mr. President, I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague senator, who I believe is very learned in the social sciences, my colleague senator with whom I share a name. He spoke specifically to the social changes that have to be adopted. And I want to go a little bit further, though, to zoom in on our youth and children. I'm sure, Senator Longmore, that you will agree with me that our nation's children are exposed to crime and violence from a tender age. And it is this exposure to violence and illicit activity that is sometimes glorified in their presence. And so just last week, we saw...
Mr. President, the time being 1:20, I ask that the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day.
The question is that the time being 1:20 p.m., the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Continue, Senator Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just last week, I hope we would have all saw the video of the young boy who very much decisively professed that his choice of profession was a gunman. And this is a common occurrence in many volatile communities across Jamaica. When I was a much younger person, I wanted to be a gas station attendant. You know why? Because I always saw them with a lot of money in hand. And in the very same way, this is the reality for a lot of children who see their fathers, their brothers, their uncles participating in a life of crime and earning from that. They see it as lucrative. And so what they do is to try to emulate these actions to gain that same kind of acclaim and respect. And so if we want to curb our crime problem, a part of our response must look at the root. We have to look at our children. And, I agree with Senator Morris when he says that social development programs are critical, right? And Senator Longmore, I'm not saying that, this is the only form that we can use to tackle this crime problem. It's a multifaceted approach that we have to take, but it is a significant part that we must pay attention to. And I say here without apology that if we cannot radically change the social situation in Jamaica, crime is going to continue to fester. But what I want to put forward is that with these social intervention programs, we have to ensure that they're executed in a strategic, a scientific, and evidence-based manner. My lecturers in Karma could be very proud of me saying that we really have to look at the programs that exist and weigh them and their social benefits and see how we can implement a strong system of monitoring, evaluation, and learning techniques. So we're looking at things such as, strengthening these programs and pushing them forward using theories, using baseline measures, and also using technology. This is something that I would love to see implemented, using systems of technology to track interventions that are implemented right across the country so that we can better weigh outcomes from these programs and overall effect greater change in violent communities. Just this week, I witnessed the plight here in central Kingston with former Senator Imani Duncan and Price. And the people of central Kingston are calling not just for increased police presence, but they're also calling for social development programs. And I want to reverberate that call and ask for us to look critically at some key areas. And I've put some things forward for your consideration. So one, allocating resources that will bolster and broaden the work of social workers and other psychologists. It has to be a data-driven approach. And one of the things that we can do is to mimic the gang resistance education and training program that exists in North America, Belize, and Guatemala, where you have gang culture infused into daily life. Another thing that I would love to see is cognitive behavior therapy, teaching conflict resolution and anger management. We can't undermine the importance of these things in our society. I also want us to look at creating more access and opportunities to education and training. And Mr. President, when I speak to education in this context, I'm not just speaking about the grade 1 maths and English and science, but I'm also speaking about extending education to allow our citizens to navigate the present reality. I'm talking about financial education, financial literacy. I'm talking about language training from an earlier age that will allow young people to become global citizens. I'm talking about the teaching of digital technology that will better enable young people to navigate this new digital world in which we live. And Mr. President, I believe that if we can equip our young people with this type of education that prepares them to be 21st century citizens, then they will feel as if they have greater control over their lives and will be less likely to venture down a path of crime and gangs. I also want us to foster employment, entrepreneurship, and ingenuity. You know, I'm aware that there is the Youth Innovation Center that exists. But I want it to go further. I want us to be able to equip our young people with resources, with guidance that will empower them to bring value to the international markets. I don't know if anybody else remembers, but a few weeks ago there was a young man in the news who was creating cars. Imagine with me if that young man was able to create a patent for some car manufacturer overseas. That is the type of ingenuity that I want our young people to be equipped with. And in closing, you know, I want to share a perspective for us to consider, a perspective that has been shared with me by many young people, a perspective that I have experienced myself. Mr. President, it is way too difficult for young people to do business in Jamaica, for young people to advance themselves here in Jamaica. And I say this because simple things such as registering a business, getting a TRN, simple things such as accessing education, getting a business loan is often sometimes such an arduous task for young people. So much so that many of them think that it is better to go and commit illicit activities. And don't get me wrong, I don't support it. But, Mr. President, I believe that we have to create a system that welcomes young people especially and allows them to feel as if Jamaica is a place for them to do business, live, raise families, and work. Because many of them want to run away, and we have to change that. And let me bring it back to crime. Professor Don Robotham, he cited that the workforce, when the workforce can't fully support its educated young people, you know what happens? They move into a life of crime, and you have increases in crimes, especially cyber crimes. We've seen that a lot among young people, and it's because many of them are not able to find their place in society. We have to do better by them. In closing, Mr. President, I want to again emphasize that we have to look at the problem's root. We have to make scientific and strategic decisions when it comes to crime. The statistics are alarming, yes, but we can overcome the scourge that is crime. We can set our young people on a better path. But we have to make it a priority, and we have to act now. The diversion of young people from crime must be a paramount objective in implementing this legislation. For this reason, I'm in support of these stringent disincentives which this legislation provides for young people who might otherwise be inclined to engage in illicit activities. However, for the betterment of Jamaica, Mr. President, I believe that we have to work towards improving the prospects of our youth. We have to provide them with viable alternatives to crime. The importance of this, and this cannot be understated, because what a shame it is to lose so many young lives. Mr. President, yesterday I got a call, and I'm going to share this because it was so disheartening. I got a call from Charlie Smith High, and they said that they had just lost a student to gun violence. Since last year, they've lost 7 students. Our young people are dying. Our young people are under siege from this violence. And Mr. President, in closing my intervention, I want to urge us to think of this generation, to think of the youth, and do everything we can to stop this senseless violence and crime that exists in Jamaica today. Mr. President, that is my point, and I rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Morris. Minister? Minister?
Go down.
Oh.
Mr.
Right. Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President, I can assure you I will be very brief. I had the privilege, I consider to be so, of sitting on this Joint Select Committee. It was... I had some concerns, but I did not sign a minority report. I completely endorsed the intent of the legislation and was happy to see that the review was taking place in a timely fashion. I was particularly pleased with the care that was taken to ensure that those who tried to seduce our children into criminal activity or committed a criminal act near a school would be severely punished. I think that is one of the things that I really appreciate about the legislation. I also thought, Mr. President, that it was important that a clear signal be sent to those persons who are involved in transnational crime and who feel that they can come here to Jamaica and make this a base, so that the fact that persons who were not citizens or ordinarily resident here were also the target of severe penalties. I did not like one aspect of it, Mr. President, and I know you spoke to that last week, and it was the point about symbols or markings, whether in the forms of tattoos or any other items, on or in the possession of the person that indicate a link or involvement with the criminal organization. I thought that was a dangerous clause to introduce. And it is because there is no original thought in this world. So that if, for example, the police had in their possession information that having a butterfly in a particular place on one's body was a signal that one belonged to a criminal gang, a person totally unaware of the nature of this gang could be exposed to criminal action without knowingly committing any offense. So, for example, Mr. President, somebody, remember the definition of a gang. Remember the definition of a gang. It is 3 or more individuals who come together with a common purpose of carrying out criminal acts. It does not, this particular section does not require the person to be knowingly wearing it. It doesn't require that there be a connection. It requires that it is a police who determine whether or not the fact that you have this symbol or a marking qualifies you to be a member of a gang. And in a way, what it does is that it demonstrates a bias. I'm going to be quite open. It demonstrates a bias. And I have had to speak to my son about the fact of his tattoos. Because I said, if you're going through the airport, make sure you wear a long sleeve shirt. Because you can be apprehended. Be careful when you're on the street, because you can be apprehended. Perhaps, and I'm going to say this, the fact of his otherwise appearance will save him. But if he was a very black man with hair like mine and the tattoos, he might not get the opportunity to defend himself, because there would be a presumption, because we do stereotype people. And that was a point that was being raised all the time in the Black Lives Movement, that just a fact of being black, and not, well, in that case you didn't even have to be dressed a particular way, but just a fact of being black made you more susceptible to being arrested or being a victim of criminal activity on the part of the police. And that is why I didn't like it, and I still don't like it. I know that there are people who felt very strongly that because of their own knowledge, it should be included. The other thing I had a problem with is that I thought sometimes the net was being cast too wide. My own view is that this legislation was so important that it had to have a certain level of focus. But we moved from serious offense to applicable offense, and that was a good thing, because it enabled the prosecution to overcome some of the challenges it was experiencing. But no matter how I wrap my head around it, I just want you to briefly look at the offenses under the Fisheries Act. No matter how I wrapped my head around it, I couldn't see how some of these offenses ended up under this legislation. I just could not see. And because there is no data, no information to support why it is that you were including these offenses, I think the committee was a little bit hampered. So, for example, with the whole question of the larceny or the stealing cattle, you could hear that what some of the gangs do is that they steal the cattle and they steal the cattle and they sell it, and so they could earn money through this method. But I still cannot wrap my head about the Fisheries Act. And so, Minister, if you have an explanation, please tell me so I can hear it. One of the things that was concerning was that during the presentations, we found out that was a time when 448 persons had been arrested as gang members. At the time, I think they said that 250 gangs were actually active, and 448 persons were arrested under the legislation which we are amending. There were only 2 convictions at the time, and they were secured by guilty pleas. The prosecution of the gangs has not really resulted in the outcome which we would like, all of us. Because we know that most of the murders are gang-related activity. That is documented. Yet, we can't somehow, we have not found the methodology which will ensure that they are convicted and that the penalty is paid. So that the Jamaica Constabulary Force then actually said that with hundreds of cases before the court, they awaited the successful outcome of some significant cases in the expectation that gang activities and the proliferation of gangs will be impacted. At the time, as I said, 250 gangs active. Minister, your report was that there are now 262 active gangs. So I don't think we are going in the right direction. Remember that with the Kings Valley gang, I was about to tell you, with the Kings Valley gang, we know that basically that case was disintegrated. The Eugene gang convictions there were some convictions in that regard. But what we were told is that these gangs had made over 400 million from their criminal activities. I think it's important that the public actually is made aware of some of the ways in which these gangs make their money. And I think that we're not going to succeed unless we offer element of protection to the people who are informers. Senator Rodriguez, we need a level of protection, because I was delighted when you declared that you were an informer. Most people don't think politicians are. But the truth of it is that the average person is totally scared. Totally scared. You know, I had a young girl, it's not an irrelevant digression, who came to me 2 weeks ago, and because she had been watching the sexual harassment Joint Select, told me about a company in which a director had systematically gone around harassing the girls. And she told me his name, she told me the company, but then she was scared to come forward because she didn't know if making a report would endanger her. So I don't know how we are going to do it, but we have to become conscious of some of the ways in which we can offer some protection. Sometimes the Crime Stop is just a remarkable program so that people feel that they are anonymous, and we have to do more like that. Finally, although I did say I was going to be brief, and I broke my word, but when the police and other entities made presentations, I'm not going to call everybody's name, but when they made presentations before us and they asked for certain powers, it had to be pointed out to them that the powers already existed. In fact, it is your Attorney General who in the House made a presentation in which she expressed a deep alarm at that information, that the people didn't even know that they had the powers which they were advocating for. And so, Minister, you have to ramp up that training. You have to ramp up that training. And I'm suggesting to you that now that we are in COVID time, it is an excellent opportunity because we can use Zoom for everything. And people in different parts of the island can actually be at the same training session. I am imploring you to make sure that your officers, even at the top levels, are aware of the powers which they have and the way in which they need to use those powers. Finally, if you look at some of the reports from the different agencies. And if you even look at the reports tabled here today, the ministry papers, which tell what have been done at the Mount Salem communities and in Greenwich and in Augustown, the things that have been done are the things that we have established state agencies to do. Simple things that lie already under the purview of the state agencies. We won't have to be spending $390 billion creating interventions if our agencies were monitored and compelled to perform. I think it is possible. I really, really think it is possible that we can do it. Even with the programs of intervention, one of the downsides is that there is no monitoring. So we keep on spending this money, where our international partners make all this contribution, but we don't do any analysis as to the results which we are achieving. And so it's program after program. There's no coordination between the persons who are intervening. So you have you have 6 entities in one space, and they have never sat down together to say, all right, you do this part, let me do this part, because if we throw the money here, it can be more efficient and effective. And I think that could make a difference. I do take note that in the Zozo Joint Select Committees, one of the presentations we had from Mr. Omar Sweeney was that it actually takes 6 years of intervention to see any real results. And let me tell you, they're trying to make our children into gangsters from the reach 6 years. When you saw that little boy on the video, he wasn't joking. He was completely clear in his mind as to what he wanted to be. With passion and conviction and strong determination, we have to create a different pathway for young people and rescue them before the situation gets too bad. We have to make sure that they live. I mean, I had such a terrible experience in Gordon Town, because there was this young man who had he would make sure that I can get a park. He would, in the evenings, take me to my car, open the car door, make sure I am there, safe. And one evening I said bye to him, waved to him, hail up everybody. Luckily I didn't stop that evening, because sometimes I linger. By the time I reached home, he was dead. He and 3 other men were dead. Some men had come down from a truck and he was dead. And this is a young man that 2 weeks before I said to him, I have to meet your mother. I have to find and meet that woman who grew a young man like you. Because he was so thoughtful. He was so considerate. I was overwhelmed by how he behaved. I said, but this is not what I expect. No, maybe he had 2 different sides to him. I don't know. I still don't know. But I can tell you that the side I met tells me that there is hope for these young men if we just take the time. Absolutely. Just take the time. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Scott Martley. Senator Brown. Any?
You going?
Okay. Senator Leslie Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're here because of, well, whatever the number is, we have gangs. And we're not so concerned about those people who are not members of gangs. See, laws only work when you have most of us, well, because most of us, most of the time, who abide those laws. So the 262 or 379 or whatever number we have, and do not constitute the majority of Jamaicans. So we are concerned about those persons who, for whatever reason, because we can bemoan the fact that we don't have the necessary, or we can't afford it otherwise, the interventions to keep persons out of gangs. But is it the gangs? Is it that we're saying that that constitutes the majority of us? That the most of us feed into those 379 or 262? The anecdotal evidence which is before us, because we are a set of people who we don't rely very often on data. We tend to rely on the knee-jerk responses. But I want to encourage us today to focus on not so much on the interventions which ought to be made for these 262 gangs. We really want to look at the legislation which is before this Honorable Senate and ask ourselves, does it achieve the intended purpose? And we can only do so by virtue of looking back, because we don't have the benefit of that futuristic insight into what will happen. So we have to look back at the history. Going back to 2014, and as my colleague Senator Scott Motley just indicated, at a certain point we only had 2 convictions which came as a result of the court's application of that 2014 piece of legislation. Do we continue with what we had? No. So it's an attempt to rectify that breach which we have. Hence we have the legislation before us today. And I offer my full support, having considered the amendments which have been proposed, in the hope that they'll achieve those intended purposes. Because when we look back at the reasons why these cases which came before the courts failed, it does point to a lack of understanding on the part of those who collect the evidence to place it before the courts. So in those circumstances, and I think Senator Bunting did make those recommendations, that we do more intense training of those who are collating the information. And a greater level of training ought to come from those who are putting together. Because you see, the evidence. We have a history of police officers looking at conspiracy charges. And I can tell you that conspiracy charges are one of the most difficult charges to secure a conviction. I have been involved in a few cases involving conspiracy, and I can tell you, on not one of those occasions did any of my clients get convicted. And it's not, I don't pride myself in being the best criminal lawyer, but the fact is that it is very difficult to prove. So it is against that background that we see those difficulties where it is so difficult, because in this particular piece of legislation, it is akin to a conspiracy, because it's where 3 or 4 persons come together in a joint enterprise, as it were, if I may so describe it. And the police officers, having the history of having the difficulty with proving conspiracies, are also experiencing a similar difficulty in establishing or putting together the evidence to convict. And it's only against conviction that we'll be able to say, well, we're dismantling gangs. We can dismantle the gangs. So I'd recommend, one, that we have a greater level of training, and those persons who are involved in the investigations, that they receive specialized training in order to put together the evidence. It cannot be that we take persons and we send them to the police college for 6 months. The same level of training which historically was dealing with more offenses to deal with, established with agricultural produce offenses and so on. In historical context of all of this is that it was good then, but we have moved on a little from that. And what we ought to do now is to give people a little improved training to meet the demands of the day. Because I can tell you the people who are involved in cybercrime, they're very talented people. And we have to match them with a level of intelligence. And, we have to be able to investigate and prosecute at that technical level. So I'd suggest that starting with the training at the institute, the police training college, that we improve the offerings there, so that when those officers hit the road, as it were, they are prepared to investigate and be able to put the level of evidence before the court. Our learned Chief Justice bemoaned the fact that he had to, regrettably, release some of these persons in the Uchen's case. In that, whilst he may have expressed his personal belief that some of these persons were concerned, the evidence was not before the court. And that, in essence, is where the difficulty lies. So again, my recommendation is that there be a greater level of training for those officers. And insofar as the particulars they are concerned, set out in the various amendments, I think if we again train the officers properly and have them rely on the amendments which are set out here, we may very well achieve the results which we set out to achieve. And I don't want to take away from all the recommendations. I hear them coming from the two Senators Morrisons, and our friend Senator Crawford and members of the government team. But I think we have to face up to an incredible piece of truth that Senator Crawford referenced, is that we place far too great a reliance or demands on the state, and we do not emphasize sufficiently personal responsibility. Personal responsibility. I think I recall growing up in the rural part, and if I didn't want, I can safely say that crime in this country has increased significantly for the reasons that we no longer go to that social institution we call church. Yeah. The reality we have ignored. The reality, the fact is, what is there? What is there to say to us? Say to these young persons, where you're going, you're failing to acknowledge the rights of the other man. That if in doing so, where you fail to recognize the other man's rights, you're compromising your own. I remember if I dared in growing up throw a stone at a man's mango tree, my father would take off the skin. It's a reality. But the lesson he was teaching then is that I must recognize it's not mine, and I ought to acknowledge the rights of the other man, the man who had to grow his plants, his bananas, and if I threw a stone up there and damaged his plantains or whatever it is, he couldn't earn his living. So I want us to go back to acknowledging all those things and taking each community. Some of us in here and outside of this place ought to take a greater interest, engage more with the communities that we're from. Because I did acknowledge. Yes, we have to engage a little more, because it's in engaging that we then come to realize some of the issues which are confronting some of these persons that we ultimately describe as gangsters. And my friend Senator Longmore speaks to, and she's always championing it, the fact that there are a number of us walking around with serious mental health issues, and we are failing to face up to. We have, perhaps rightly so, I can't say, this sent out a number of these persons who are treating at the community level, and we have to have persons who are sufficiently trained to engage them at the community level. If those persons are not there, then they won't get the level of engagement that is necessary to assist them in curbing behavior which lends itself to that kind of deviant behavior. So, Mr. President, as I'd indicated earlier, I give my wholehearted support to this bill in the hope that it will achieve the intended purpose. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. Senator Brown.
Mr. President, there can be no doubt that one of the first duty of a government is to secure its citizens, to make it safe for them from crime. While in opposition, the current Prime Minister made it clear that if you voted for him, you'll be able to live, sleep with your doors and windows open, and wake up in the morning and still be alive, as if you could wake up and not be alive. But that's how the Prime Minister set out to promise the people that under his government, they'll do better in fighting crime and the people would be safe. If we examine the numbers today, it's clear that that's a broken promise and that this government has really failed to keep our people secure. Just yesterday, the story broke of Jamaican boat people picked up on the shore in Florida. One of them under handcuff, one of our citizens under handcuff said the following: pure killing going on over there. Really want to leave. I want a better life. No life in Jamaica right now. That's what our citizen, Senator Campbell, told the world. having heard, no doubt, our Prime Minister in opposition making the promise to him and probably voting for the Prime Minister party that they would do better on crime. But his first words is that pure killing going on over there, meaning Jamaica. I don't know if it comes from Central Kingston, but there can be no doubt, Senator Gill, that pure killing going on in Central Kingston. Just follow the numbers. And in fact, if I should paraphrase or quote the lady from Tivoli Garden in 2010, she said, people are dead in round here. People are dead in round here. And in the country, too many people are dead in round here. Much more than died under the previous government. Yes, 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 the data is there. The data is there. So, we start there. Too many people are, quote unquote, dead in round here. So, this man runs away. President, if that man in that video was from St. James, I could understand it. Too many people are dead in around there. There was a 60% increase in murders in St. James this year over last year. So that's the reality under which we come, Senator Samuda, to discuss the amendment to the anti-gang legislation. Too many people are dying, dead in around here. That's the reality. And when you listen to this debate, you get the feeling that all is well, and that crime is not a major threat to the country. Senator Morris spoke to, Floyd Morris, spoke to what happened last week, Thursday, in upscale Cleveland Avenue, Kingston 6, not 13, not downtown, Cleveland Avenue. 4 garbage collectors going about their duty collecting garbage, robbed by a gunman. Don't know if he's part of a gang. Don't know if it's an initiation. But the reality is, it's not the first time garbage collectors are being robbed. But when we get to that low, the question is to ask, how much lower are we going to go as a country? So we saw that last week. And Senator Samuda probably could give us an update. Have they been able to catch that gunman? Or is he going to be allowed out there to go and rob more, not just garbage collectors, but postmen, firemen, hospital workers, workers in schools, more poor people? So the people are not safe around here under this government. Yet, for 6 years, you have had this anti-gang legislation. An anti-gang legislation for you to enforce. Senator Scott Motley spoke about Garden Town. But when I hear that in tranquil, way out of the way Irish Town, that criminal gangs are active, I have to ask myself, where else in Jamaica is safe if tranquil Irish Town, with barely any good road to get there, is facing a crime problem? And then I remember, President, that Irish Town was where Senator Gill Sir Alexander Bustamante went to live. And I said, boy, I'm going into Buster Yard place. And then, next thing I hear, Mr. President, is that they're gone with Buster Bond, blame him, and over, where they shoot up transport operator. So it's like them following around Buster, where him yard was, where him born. Now they're going to blame me about that. How I'm going to talk about it, you trust me. But suffice it to say, this crime is all over Jamaica, in the quietest of rural districts. Even after 3 years, Senator Samuda, of Zozo in Mount Salem, I heard the Member of Parliament and Attorney General bemoaning the fact that there's an upsurge in Mount Salem despite 3 years of Zozo. But we're not surprised, because those of us, like Senator Samuda himself, Senator Campbell, Golden Camp Senator Scott Motley and myself on the Zozo, realize that part of the problem, Senator Crawford, is nobody have any data that can inform and guide on whether you're making success or not. So you pump more money into it, but you can't measure really if we're making success. The reality, Senator Samuda, and the country must be told, is that last week's police report, the last weekly police report, showed that there were 44 murders between the June 5th and June 12th. Inclusive. So the last weekly report, Senator Samuda, and you have it. So you can contradict me so I can get a chance to make a personal statement. 44 Jamaicans were murdered. That, Minister, amounts in a 7-day week to 6.3 Jamaicans killed each day on average. Don't do the maths, I did it already. I did the maths. 6.3. Minister, if we should multiply that by 365, the number of murders would be over 2,190 for the year. Thankfully, there have been days when it has been less than 6. 5. And 3 and 2. But the reality is, that week, which includes some people killed in Central Kingston, for which I commend former Senator Imani Duncan Price for waging a campaign to bring to the government's attention that people are dead in round there. And they pay taxes. And they deserve greater protection from the state who collected their taxes. It's not just about personal responsibility, but the state have a big duty to protect the citizens from which it collected taxes, and even when it don't collect taxes from them. But in this case, it does collect tax from them. So 6 per day. If you look at the last 3 weeks, over 90 murders reported by the police. So we're in a chronic, as Ezra Miller would say. We're in a chronic. And the answer is not just state of emergency and Zozos. The answer requires smart policing, smart prosecution. It requires support from the legislature. And that is why we did the anti-gang legislation in 2013. Since, as Leader Bunting said, the police asked for it. We gave it to them. Just as they asked for paper statement That is to say, you don't have to bring the witness to court. Just bring the statement. They ask for trial by less than 12 jurors. We give it to them. And we have given the prosecutorial authorities, from the police to the prosecutors in the courts, the support they have asked for. And the question we have to ask is, how effectively have they been using it? Have they been just making excuses and saying, yes, you give me that, but that's not enough. Give me more. And when we give you more, you say, that's still not enough. Give us more. And I have a problem with that. I want to know, really, why aren't we assigning to the police lawyers to help build the case? Let me give you an example, because you're going to tell me you're doing it. In December last year, the present Commissioner of Police announced that 50 members of a particular gang were arrested. And that was a big dent into the gang. In May this year, the DPP said 20 of them not even not guilty. We can't prosecute them. So it strikes me that there's a disconnect between those who are out there investigating and those preparing the prosecution. That's all we need to fix. And it may be that the DPP needs more lawyers rather than more legislation. Maybe that's what we need. And so this is why we're not opposing what you're doing, because we too are against crime. But what is needed is for us to set targets. It's not enough to come here, my friend Senator Samud, and tell me how many gangs we have today. Because we had probably less before the anti-gang legislation. What one would expect? With the anti-gang legislation, we would say gang number 1. And that there's a database and its membership. You may not catch everybody in the gang, but you certainly will catch more than 3, because that's required to be a gang. Monitor them. You have interception of communication legislation, and all of them use phones. You have other tools at your disposal. So I am shocked when I see the cases go before a court and they're being thrown out. Something is wrong. And it is the government duty to monitor, to understand what is going wrong. If Senator Webby was here, I know he'll agree with me that if you don't measure things, it don't get done. There ought to be a baseline which tells you where you're starting from when you bring the anti-gang legislation, where you expect to go by what time, and whether you're reaching there. And that's missing. That's missing. And you know, as I've said to Senator Webby, there's a database, there's a baseline of murders. In the last 4 years of the PNP, the highest level of murder was 1205. 1205 in 2015. Under this government, there's not a single year when you equal or got below that number. Every single year, you are higher than the highest number under the PNP. It doesn't give me any comfort that we were 1205, but certainly it ought not to give you any sense of comfort that you know measuring last year against this year, because you can't measure it against your favorite target, the People's National Party. And I say this against the background of the promise of the Prime Minister to do better. So, it's clear to me, Mr. President, that things not going good. But one thing you can't say, Senator Samula, when you get up to close, is that you don't have the cooperation from the opposition, whether in the House or here. You have our cooperation on this bill. This is why I was disappointed, very disappointed, with the conduct of the Deputy President of the Senate last week. You know, he went after Senator Crawford. I'm disappointed. Disappointed because at the same time, he preached the need for coordination and support. But he said that on the one hand, and on the next hand, it was as if a dagger in the back of his colleague, Senator Crawford. But Senator Crawford, I'm happy today you dispense beautifully, elegantly, of the hypocrisy of one who calls himself brogard to win an election and then turn around and denounce the origin of the brogard label. Don't have to go any further in that. But Deputy President, this Senate will debate matters vigorously. We will disagree, and there'll be times we agree. But let us set a certain standard that truth must be our guide. That truth should lead us. So when I ask to look at the prayer, which speak about in Christian love and charity towards one another, if I had to preach a sermon today, I'll pick that sentence, in true Christian love and charity towards one another. And let me tell you why I choose that. Because there has developed in the Senate a practice of saying things in debates like this about others that are not truthful. I recall the standing president of the Senate making a comment that there are people over this side who have bought their seat in the Senate. I know it's not me. I have checked all my colleagues, and I know it's not any of them. And the president, a Queen's Counsel, aware of the order of Jamaica, ought to provide that information, because to buy a seat in the Senate is a criminal offense. He should go to the police and report the breach of the criminal offense instead of sitting from the dais of the presidency and make such reckless assertion, knowing that it is not true. So when you add that to what Senator Sinclair did last week...
Sorry, Senator Brown.
And you add
Senator Brown, I'm going to ask you, because you have gone off on a way off track now. And I'm just going to ask you to just focus on the relevance of what we are here today.
That's what I'm doing.
All right?
I am talking about the need to come together.
But Senator Brown, you are going off and you are making comments which are irrelevant.
Not irrelevant.
And also comments attacking members of the Senate. And in making those attacks, you are also misrepresenting Senator Brown, what has been said. So I'd ask you to just...
Mr. President, let me put it this way. I didn't buy my seat here. I want to make it clear that the trend continues with the leader of government business making wild accusations
Senator Brown, Senator Brown, I am asking you to be relevant to the bill that is before us.
You know, when you spoke,
I'm going to be relevant and
I'm going to ask you if this is relevant. When you spoke, you went at large. But when I speak about the need for us to work together, and all that working together, which you preach when you spoke, and which so many of your side preach, all that working together is not supported by comments and conduct on that side, you say it is irrelevant. It's amazing, but I understand. No wonder today the Gleaner wrote an editorial about the speaker elsewhere. Maybe one day an editorial will be written about the president of the Senate. So, let me make it clear. We cannot be accused of not supporting this legislation. Crime is out of hand. The government is failing its duty to protect the citizens. Government members in the Senate have unfairly attacked members on this side, who you then ask to support you. Does that make it right? Does it look right? So when Senator Samuda gets up to speak now, Senator Bunting is wondering from where he is. Will it be a Jekyll and Hyde? Will it be that he's coming to attack us who support the bill? And it will be relevant? Or will he acknowledge? Sorry? Or will he acknowledge our support? And acknowledge, Senator Webby, since you have come to the chamber, the need for measurement. That this legislation by itself, if we don't measure what we want to achieve, we're not going to achieve it. We want to measure the reduction in gangs. We want to measure the reduction in gang members. We want to put them away if need be, because we can find the evidence to support that. But there must be measurement. And as I say, too often, when you ask the police and the security force and prosecutors come asking for more legislation, and you say, what is your experience? What does the numbers say? You can't get the numbers. So people like you and I, Senator Webby, who understand the importance of data, really are at a quandary. Because the data is not just that we have X amount, but what we have done. And so, Senator Webby, since you're here, the last 3 weeks, end of May, 3.4 murders per day. The week before the last one, 4 murders per day. The last week, 6.3 murders per day. Would you say that's going in the right direction? Absolutely not. Would you say more murders this year to date than last year is going in the right direction? Absolutely not. Will this legislation change that? Not unless the government changes mindset and approach to crime. I find the government wanting. And I want to close with where I started. About that man in Florida. Pure killing going on over there. That's why I'm running away from Jamaica.
Senator Brown, do you know the gentleman?
President, your interference in the debate is unworthy.
Asking if you know him.
Your interference in the debate.
I'm just asking if you know him.
Your interference in the debate is unworthy. Yeah, man, it's unworthy. There is a Jamaican seen on TV to the world saying pure killing going on out here. You know, it's a pity that you all turn to attack the citizen for saying that without a shred of evidence, and the president allows that. Well, sufficient to the time. But for now, a Jamaican citizen, which is what he is, I said to the world, pure killing going on. If I look at the police stats in St. James, I'd have to agree with him. If I look at what happened in Garden Town, I'd have to agree with him. If I look at what happened in Mount Salem, I'd have to agree with him. If I look at what happened in Central Kingston, I'd have to agree with him. If I look at the 44 murders in 1 week, I would have to agree with him. The reality is, the promise made by the Prime Minister is a broken one. Just as his empty rhetoric about gangster lyrics is shown up by his adopting the moniker Brogard. The hypocrisy in the society, whether it is Mocha Fest or otherwise, is what is turning off people from supporting good measures. I hope these measures work, but they will work best in a condition where the hypocrisy of the government is ended, where truth and honesty operate, and where Senator Sinclair, Christian love and charity towards each other, exists in this Senate, and the way you treated Senator Crawford last week, outrageous as it is, will never be repeated. May it please you, sir.
Minister.
Can I have the lectern, please? Mr. President, I just average the time of your presentation with Senator Browns, and then we fall somewhere in the middle there. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Mr. President, I want to thank colleagues for their contributions to the debate. I want to make it clear that I appreciate, or let me use the words once used, I appreciate and welcome any offer, any sincere offer from the opposition to work with us on this issue. The only difference is I bound my receipts. But we get there in a few. Mr. President, this legislation has benefited from a long process. There is, let me make sure I quote it exactly. There is the fact that this process, especially from a policy standpoint at the Ministry of National Security, actually started in 2010. That, Mr. President, I will touch on in a few. And that came out in the debate in the lower house in 2014, when then opposition spokesperson on national security went through the history of how this bill would have come to be. And I thought that was important, because this is in many ways a culmination at least of a phase of over 10 years of policy and legislative work that has spanned both sides of us being on both sides of the aisle. And both parties, when in power, have seen the importance of this legislation. The fact is, commissioners of police have always stated to us that gangs are indeed the greatest issue that we face. I go back to the comments of the Joint Select Committee previous to the legislation being passed, and the presentation of the JCF made it abundantly clear that gangs were the greatest threat, not just to us in Jamaica, but certainly to us in the region. And that is why this particular legislation is so important. It's so important that the legislation that we have is fit for purpose. It's important that we conduct regular reviews of this legislation, which is why I'm happy, as Senator Scott Motley would have said, that we did it in a timely fashion based on when it would have been passed, so that we can ensure that the legislation evolves and changes and gives the security forces the tools they need for an ever-evolving crime situation. The crime situation in no territory is the same over time. It's ever-changing. Technology, socioeconomic factors, regional stability, a number of factors impact the crime situation that we do have. But, Mr. President, I am indeed happy that we are at this point today, because it is true that at minimum 60% of the murders that we have in Jamaica are indeed committed by gangs, or ordered by gangs, or come from some of the operations of gangs. So, Mr. President, it is indeed important that we strengthen the legislation to deal with these criminal organizations. And I remind colleagues, it is the Suppression of Criminal Organizations Amendment Act that we're looking at. So I know we've had many sideshows. I know we've had a broad discussion generally around anything that could be closely or not so closely related to safety, but it is the legislation before us is around the suppression of criminal organizations. It seeks to amend the original legislation that tried to define what a criminal organization was. It tried to define what the membership would look like, how the membership would identify with each other. It tried to define the crimes that criminal organizations were commonly executing or carrying out in our beloved Jamaica. But, Mr. President, I believe the amendments that have been put forward coming from the work of the Joint Select Committee are sober, they're appropriate, and they strengthen the legislation. And I believe if we look at history and we look at other territories and other jurisdictions, it points to us that these are steps in the right direction. I'd started the debate, and we had acknowledged that even in a jurisdiction to the north that has always had more resources than we would have had, that admittedly would be certainly in terms of age, a more mature democracy than we would have had, and they would have had the benefit of much development that we would not yet have had. When they passed the RICO Act in the United States, they had very, very limited success in the first 10 years of that legislation being passed. We have at least been able to test the legislation, take the advice from the DPP's office, from the police, from the benefit of the Joint Select Committee, look at the law and amend it within the first, just outside of the 10-year mark, if you consider when the policy would have started, to ensure that it is fit for purpose and that we move from, I think, 2 convictions to 20 to 30 to 40 to the point where we can start to disrupt gangs and disrupt criminal organizations in our country. Now, to note, and it's been said, and I want to reiterate it, and it is not the position of the government that any one piece of legislation or one action can indeed halt, curtail, stop criminality. The problem with criminality, especially serious and violent crimes in this country, has been with us for far, far too long. And there's no silver bullet. And we have never put forward that there is. If one is to be honest, and we look back to the sectoral presentation of DPM Dr. Horace Chang, he spoke at length on a few areas. One was the legislative agenda that we have for this year. It includes this piece of legislation and the amendments that are now before us. It includes the final MOCA regulations that will complete the process of making MOCA a truly independent organization. Even though they have notice started at April 1 and they are indeed functioning in an independent manner. We're completing the organizational structuring with these regulations, and that will come soon. He also spoke to the amendments to come to the Firearms Act. We have been clear that there are amendments to come very soon on the Corrections Act. We have spoken to the intense policy work being done to create an offenders management policy, something that I was shocked when I went into the ministry that we hadn't had almost 6 decades of independence. We do have an offenders management policy in Jamaica that would govern how we approach these things. We spoke to the IRCC, we spoke to the Intercept situation, but we also looked at things we have done, and I'll just remind colleagues of a few. And it's particularly important to do so because I'm responding specifically to a comment made from Senator Bunting in his space. And I hate responding, and I know he's online. I don't like to respond when any colleague is not here. So whereas I couldn't get the Hansard, not just responding exactly to what he said or as close to as possible, couldn't get the Hansard. And if I'm incorrect or slightly off, feel free. Absolutely. Absolutely. But to be clear, the Hansard, I couldn't get the Hansard from last Friday yet, but I did watch the YouTube, the YouTube of PBCJ to make sure that my ears weren't, deceiving me or I didn't get it incorrect. But but because the Hansard isn't there, I won't quote word for word. But there was a comment related to the investigative capacity of the security forces, specifically the police. And that comment was based on his assessment of the performance of the security forces or of the crime rates during his tenure. Now, Senator Crawford mentioned math and the importance of it in terms of making you a logical thinker. Senator Crawford, that's never been my strong point, so I'm going to ask you to help me on one. No, man. All right. Senator Campbell Rodriguez, you can back me up because you may give me flawed numbers because they may not suit. If there are 25,154 cases or reported crimes in a 4-year period, compared to 37,252 reported cases or reported crimes in a particular period, can you tell me which one in a 4-year period, same 48-month period? I know which one is less, but can you tell me which one is less by how much? So it's my rough maths, and you may give me a tick or an X later, we can discuss that, is that it is 32% less reported crimes in the 4-year period immediately following Minister Bunting's tenure in national security. And this information is published and has been published, and it is published in an iterative fashion on many research documents. CAPRI has them published, the Ministry of National Security has the numbers published, JCF has them published. So if we're looking at January 2012 to the end of 2015, and we compare January, 2 months of Minister Bunting's time, there have been 32, the 4 years rather, immediately following, from January 2016 to December 2019, just giving a 4-year comparison, you had 32% less criminal offenses or reported crimes. And there's nothing that suggests that, all crimes have never been reported in any territory in any year. There's nothing to suggest that you would have had less. There's any reason for persons to have not reported crime. That just doesn't fly. The other point with statistics, and I'm going to ask you to help me again, Senator Crawford, because you're better at math than I am, is that if you look at $14.46 to $11.33, what reduction would that be, percentage-wise? Just a hazard, I guess. I know your brain works pretty quickly. Approximately 22%. I hope Excel not putting me in any trouble. The People's National Party administration that would have come in January 2012 would have inherited a trend line, which was a reduction of murder of 22%. So they got a reducing murder figure. In 2016 January, when we looked at 2015 over 2014, we would have inherited, when we came into government at the end of February at that period, inherited an increase of 20%. in murders. So you got it reducing, you gave it back on the increase. No, there are just some facts, and you can't avoid it. The murder and shooting numbers started increasing in Q4 2014. You know, my colleagues will note that I sat quietly during certainly your presentation, certainly Senator Morris's presentation, and never during Senator Brown's presentation. But that's a different topic. So I do expect either to, unless invited to do so. But it's not the time for that. So we will get to that. Now, I also looked because, you know, we just need to look at what the exact issues are. There are some chronic and some serious issues. And the facts remain that the action, this legislation or any other legislation passed in the last 10 years has not adequately curtailed the action of gangs. And the actions of gangs usually result in the murder and maiming of Jamaican citizens, which is why we are here today strengthening that legislative framework. But we cannot misdiagnose the problem or misclassify what the issue is, because then we will put forward the wrong solutions. The facts are, and as we have been very clear on, the problem is gangs, guns, and guns. And the legislative framework that we will bring this year and that we have brought thus far goes directly after gangs, guns, and guns. And we are particularly confident that we are on the right legislative path. And that is not to be understated. Now, Senator Gabriela Morris, mentioned Central Kingston. So just as a side, I took a look at what was the issue and what was the general trend lines in Central Kingston. And I'm always wary of how we discuss statistics in national security. And I've said this in many debates. In fact, usually I don't know why I didn't start this way in this one. But generally, I'm always wary of discussing statistics because I understand, appreciate, and feel it, and understand clearly that every statistic is a Jamaican victim of crime. So I just want to make that abundantly clear, and that there is no trivializing or using numbers to gloss over. One Jamaican life is one too many to be snuffed out in this manner. So there is no trivializing of that. But we have to diagnose exactly what the issue is if we were to put forward the appropriate solutions. And if we look at Central Kingston, since we've entered that single police division into the discussion, we have to look at, well, what was the crime situation in that particular period in Central Kingston? I'm referring to as I said, I'm speaking to the Kingston Central Police Division. And I will come to other police divisions that have a particular challenge because they speak to what we're doing today and they speak to solutions that we have put on the table previously. And the facts can't be undermined or we can't mislead the country into not understanding the facts or not having the information to make their own decisions. The facts are, in 2012-2015, looking at Kingston Central, you'd have had 159 murders in that very tiny place, in that 4-year block, which is frightening. So, unfortunately, and very unfortunately, not new, and shows a long-term issue in that space. In 2016 to 2019, you'd have had 135 murders in that 4-year block in Kingston Central. That's 135 too many. But that showed a 15% reduction in that space. You fast forward to what would have taken place in the latter part, well, not fast forward, apologies. You rewind to what would have started to take place towards the end of 2019. And if you follow the news coverage, you see that the issue didn't suddenly pop up. And Senator Webber will remember and recall when we were discussing, even before he would have moved into the new Grace Kennedy head office, and we're looking at the security situation, and we discuss it from time to time. And even after moving in, from time to time, Senator Webber will, say, this is happening, we need to look at this, etc. And reasonably so. I mean, he's a corporate citizen within the police division, and it's important for us to hear from all concerned. But if we look, and to be frank, the increase in gang activity in that very small geographic period, and the news, if you want to spend the time going through the archives of Observer and Gleaner, you can do so, and you will find reports of upsurge and upswing in gang activity started at the end of 2019. It was recognized you know, Central Kingston is such a small but densely populated space, but it was recognized that gangs from East Kingston and gangs from Western Kingston were both having an effect on what can be a fault line in terms of inter-community relations, and has been, unfortunately, long before I was born, right? It was recognized that there was a situation that required the multiplier effect, required significant intervention, and it was our policy decision, and one that I stand by, and one that I support, and I've made my position known, that what was required to keep the people of Central Kingston safe, while you would take significant strides in investigating, prosecuting, and eventually convicting the gangs that were causing havoc, was indeed a state of emergency to hold the space. Now, I don't back from that position. It's something I voted for and something that I believe would help to save the lives of Jamaicans. And I don't have any issue standing on any platform and saying that I supported it then, I support it now because it saved the lives of Jamaicans, right? Now, the matter is still before the courts, and we'll discuss it, I'm sure, at significantly more length when the time indeed comes. But because it was raised, I'm just going to make a single point. In the police divisions that were under states of emergency, where we were able to use the multiplier effect of using the support of the JDF in a particular manner, right? If you had, which is still too high, there's no two ways about it, Mr. President, it would still be too high. If you had the exact number of murders year to date that you had last year, this time, in these 6 police divisions, Mr. President, you would have 84 less murders in Jamaica. No, but we know, we prescribe a policy space, and we know, because we have evidence that it worked in spaces. You had up to 70% reduction in murders in some of the areas that had states of emergency. The one that gave you the hardest time, which we readily admitted, and I said when we were debating it, that we had to look at how it was working, because in every other space it was giving you a much higher statistical result, was St. Catherine North. We've never backed from what works and what needs tweaking. Because at the end of the day, you want it to work because it saves Jamaican lives. And as I said it here at the time, and I make no apologies for it because I believe in it. In the same way, I expect my colleagues to stand by the strength of their convictions, whether I fiercely disagree with them or they fiercely disagree with me. I know that that measure and the support of that measure saved Jamaican lives. And I know that several dozen Jamaicans who have lost their lives would not have lost their lives had we had the use of that measure in the current space. And, you know, let me tell you something. I believe that when you have a legal problem, you must go to a lawyer. When you have a medical problem, you must go to a doctor. When you have a security problem, you should go to the security professionals that have spent their lives investing in their training, and their lives have been put on the line to defend all of us and to ensure that the freedoms we enjoy are maintained, and they do everything in their power to save Jamaican lives. And when you go to those security professionals and they tell you, quite frankly, that this is the measure that will give them the fastest ability to curtail the actions of gangs who are led by dons, who have far too great possession of guns, who kill Jamaicans, this is the measure that will get us there fastest. I will support it. Now, Mr. President, Mr. President, I deliberately stayed quiet during the course of the debate. So I would also, too, if possible, like to be given the same courtesy. The facts, Mr. President, are that this legislation which is before us is indeed, I started, not a silver bullet. But we have never said that we want anything to be a silver bullet. We have always said, with every measure that we bring, it is one of a suite of measures. It is the legislative framework and the legislative suite that we are bringing on the back of the investment that we're making in the increase in the investigative capacity, in the enforcement capacity of our security forces. And I look back just to recent times just to make sure, because there have been such a, much like when we had a debate the other day and Senator Fraser-Binns would have risen on the Environment Day motion, and by the time you finish you say, hell, I missed about 20 other things that we could have listed because our scope of work has been so extensive. But when I think back to the fact that under this government, if we look at the infrastructure that the JCF uses, there has been greater investment and greater improvement to the physical working environment of the JCF in the last 3 years than in the previous 40 years combined, Mr. President. Mr. President, under Project Rock, we didn't go about it in a haphazard way. We conducted an engineering assessment first to determine what exactly was the issue in our police stations and what needed to be fixed, what needed to be torn down, what needed to be renovated, and you put them into tiers, and you went off in a structured, strategic manner, and you applied the investment based on the advice of technical experts, being the engineers, and there was no politicization of, boy, this station is here, or that station is there. And the fact is, we're targeting all the stations, so it really doesn't matter where the stations are. We knew that the policemen and women in this country required appropriate working environment. And Mr. President, just under 100 police stations have been completed with either total renovation and with several new spaces being put in place. The facts remain that we didn't just do physical infrastructure. We looked at the mobility of the force. In the last 3 to 4 years, the greatest investment into the mobility of the force, which cut down response time, has been made by this administration, Mr. President. We didn't just say, well, they need to move around. They need to move around in a connected and interconnected manner. So we've been investing in the technology that allows them to communicate, because the facts are it was significantly and largely degraded by the time we had come back to government in 2016. And the fact is, the last major investments into how the police communicate and their radio system was 30 years ago. So we've brought that back largely to some modernity. Now, additionally, we said technology is the way. It is clear, and it has been the source of much news coverage over the last 18 months, that as we started by building out and doing in a very, doing the heavy lifting. Sometimes what takes long and you don't necessarily, people get impatient with it. We put in the back end for Jamaica Eye, because what existed before was a very fragmented system where there was one system here, one system there. There wasn't centralized analysis, centralized storage of the space. So we had to put in the back end. And building out the sort of fiber network and the monitoring center and the servers that is required has to be done long before you put up the cameras. That is the smallest part of it. But the investment that has been made in our camera network is already bringing significant gains, Mr. President. Significant gains. It is why we know, for instance, it is on the back of the mobility, on the back of this camera system. It is why we know that accusatory crimes have fallen precipitously over the last 4 years, 5 years, any way you want to look at it. When we look at the numbers associated with accusatory crimes, robbery over that same 4-year block went down by 48%. 51% declines in break-ins, Mr. President, and 70% declines in larceny. So I recall last year, and last year is an anomalous year, right? I mean, it's COVID. It's one of those once-in-a-century events. But I remember when we had further declines last year in accusatory crimes, it was dismissed flippantly, that all because people at home. But the declines happened every year for the previous 4 years. So it showed that the investment that we were making was working.
Don't disturb the speaker.
I'll just take a glance. In 2010, you had 425 incidents of larceny. In 2012, when you took over, it went to 761. And you really didn't have much lower. The 4-year period before, there were lower larceny numbers, admittedly. So, whereas there are some crimes that you have had better success with, in accusatory crimes, that's not one for debate, to be quite frank. And the investment that we have made is proving to have been effective and to be appropriate. And we're comfortable and we're confident that if we follow the same methodology, we know, well, if acquisitory crimes are down 40%, I think we should be comfortable in the performance in that space. What we have to look at is what has worked in that space and ensure that we apply the same treatment to areas where you've had challenges. So let's look at what has worked. Where you have strong legislation, you have strong technological investment, you have strong investment in the police force, and you have resolve, you get those results. So we know there is some significant legislative holes in dealing with the issue of gangs and guns. The first one is being dealt with here today. Now, Senator Brown, in your contribution to the debate in 2014, when it came, you noted the establishment of MOCA. And it is indeed something that you should have noted because it was a very good move and a very good policy decision. We have taken that further and we have ensured that it is truly an independent agency because we realize even with the strong legislation, you need the strong agencies that can provide that investigative capacity. So that rebuts the argument that there could be a degrading of the investigative capacity when we have taken MOCA further, when we have made significantly more investment in the tools that the security forces require. So we've invested in this in the security apparatus, right? We've taken it further. We looked at some legislation that you would have passed, and we acknowledged it in the opening of the debate. I mentioned the DNA legislation. Now, legislation without the technology and the infrastructure to back it is useless. So we invested $700 million in the DNA lab, which is why we're having continued declines in some sexual-based crimes, especially rape, and we're seeing that persons who could have become, and in some cases persons who were serial rapists, are being taken off of the road, which is why, because the reoffending rate, because you're holding them earlier, because they're not able to reoffend as often before you hold them, you're seeing those declines. And you've seen it every single year since we put in that lab. And if we look at those numbers, sorry.
The minister's time for speaking has expired.
Extended to allow him to complete his presentation.
I've heard the question. All in favor? Those against?
I think
continue.
Colleagues would...
The ayes have it. Continue, Minister.
Sorry about that, President. And I think colleagues would acknowledge that I rarely go over my time, even in times for State of the Nation debates where you have significant topics that you want to cover, I haven't gone over. But the information is important because Senator Bunting in his response to my opening noted the precipitous fall in rapes. And to be frank, we want to be sure that it is accurate because there's no more heinous crime that I can think of certainly than sexually based violence in that sort of manner. So you want those declines to be real. And yeah, he said it and I agree with him, right? But we have to look at, is it in line with the trend or is it precipitous or what is happening that could contribute to that? When we look at the fact that in the 4 years of his tenure, there would have been 3,186 reported incidents. And in the 4 years immediately after, there were 2,120 reported incidents. You've had declines. And to be fair to him, he had declines every year also. So the technology and the investment in science and the improved legislative framework and the improved capacity of the police to investigate these crimes is showing a downward trend. And we want to do everything to ensure that this downward, from 2012, every year it has gone down. So it shows that the investments are working. And the fact that the DNA legislation was brought to life with the investment, you have moved that rate of decline even faster. And I know for me, I went and looked and said, well, there's more research to be done because I want to make sure these numbers are indeed as solid as we hope them to be. So there's a lot of cross-referencing taking place. You want to look at the incident reports even in your hospitals and your health centers. You want to reach out to your guidance counselors and your social workers because it's important to get a total picture. So I know for myself, I'm conducting that exercise to ensure that what is being reported is indeed representative of what is happening. But we need to be, if we're to be fair, these declines start, I mean, we were all the way up at 965 in a single year. I mean, it was, that was chronic. And the facts remain that over the period, significant training has gone into the police force. Reorganization of CISOCA, the DNA legislation, the DNA lab, the management of crime scenes, the training of how to package these things, have benefited prosecutions and have allowed us to catch perpetrators sometimes, unfortunately, on crime 3 instead of on crime 30, and that is having an effect on something that has gone across administrations, and we're not taking that away. But the precipitous fall over the 10-year period is evident, and that's the numbers that we have. It appeared, no, well, so as I said, one of the things that we're looking at, right, because you don't want to celebrate or assume that the policy prescription is indeed totally adequate if there are other gaps. So I know for myself, and I've put together a team looking at research to look at incidents of report and of other things to try and confirm the level of fall. But the fall is in line with what has been happening since 2012. Now, whether COVID and people being home and the other psychosocial issues would have affected that negatively, that remains to be seen. But people can anecdotally assume that there may have been an about turn because of some of the issues. And they very well may be, but that's not what we have as information for us as policymakers to opine on. That's just not the information that we have at this stage. And we have to, if we're gonna say, as Senator Brown said, but you're not doing well here, and we're saying, well, there are areas of challenge, but there are areas of success, and we're not gonna rub those out and say, well, you know, they don't exist. They do exist. And if we look at what's worked, that's exactly why we're going down the path that we are this afternoon. It is one piece of a suite of legislation that is to come this calendar year. And some of it will even come before the summer break, because there is no greater priority than saving Jamaican lives. And it is not one that we will back from. Mr. President, just because I spoke to the raft of issues that would have been brought up, and there's one, and I debated very strongly as to whether I would bring it up. But I think important to state, because I have as much claim to the debate of the standing of entertainment, of dancehall, of what prevails and what doesn't, as anyone else in this house or the lower house, as parliamentarians. There are, and Senator Crawford knows this well, I know the fabric and the DNA of dancehall and I don't think certainly don't think you would question my knowledge of that space. I know what it is to build soundbox. I know what it is to spend 4 to 6 hours waiting on one artist at Arrow Studio to cut dub and dub plate. I know many of these artists to the point where you know their families. I know dancehall. I know what it is to invest in dancehall. I know what it is to make money from dancehall. I know what it is to lose money from dancehall. I know how corporate entities. No, I cannot. No. That is not part of my knowledge base.
And you were so silent, Senator Crawford.
No. But no, that's not part of my core competence. But I know what it is to play at the band change before Cartel and Mavada clash. You know that. I know what it is to start some of what is the largest events in this country. I know what it is to have an event with 10,000 people. I know what it is like other promoters to have 10. My record in that space. I'm glad you agree. So I understand how music is influenced and how it influences. I appreciate dearly that those who are practitioners in entertainment, specifically in the dancehall subsect of entertainment, and earn their bread, feel when the topic is debated. Now, there can be no question, and any question that, or any suggestion that dancehall music is probably the strongest part of the strongest cultural expression of our youth in this generation would just be ridiculous. And any question that our dancehall artists, in their reach and in their power, is weak or is not what we assume it to be would be a flaw. Dancehall music is extremely powerful. It is certainly my favorite genre of music to listen to, and many of my personal friends are practitioners, as producers, as artists, etc. But I am not going to behave as though dancehall's impact is minimal. It is an extremely powerful form of music. And as music has for centuries, poetry has, theater has, all entertainment and all cultural expressions have had an impact on societies. We cannot deny that. It's not limited to dancehall. And I am not here to make dancehall the enemy at all. But the frame, no bother with that. The frame of reference of those who absorb cultural expressions determine how pervasive the impact is of those cultural expressions. Right? So there's a reason why when you go to the movies, they tell you whether a movie is rated R, PG, U, whatever it is. It is because it is accepted that persons, based on where they are in terms of age and exposure, certain forms of expression or certain theatrics will affect them differently. It is why Senator Crawford, no, a rating is not for choice. A rating determines who can enter, certainly in the case of movies, to a theater at a particular time. You cannot enter without an adult to be able to explain certain things for movies in certain spaces. It's not for choice. And your proposal in 2013 or 14, the proposal read the ratings for events. Your proposal, right, was that by the end of July 2014, a rating system should have been established to determine what ratings should be assigned to events. Because you would have recognized that the entertainment at some events would have had an impact on who would go there. So then why would you have a rating? No, but you also said if it was purely for choice for those who would attend the events, then why sanction events that would have lied in terms of the rating that they would have assigned? Because your notes say that. No, that is a ridiculous position, Senator Crawford. That is a ridiculous position. The very establishment of a rating system acknowledges that different forms of expression and different content will have different impact on those who view and listen to it. So in the same way, I am certainly of age and mature enough to listen and watch and take in any cultural expression I so choose to do. Not all persons are indeed of age, mature enough, etc., to take in all forms of cultural expression, because it can have a negative impact. And we cannot diminish the impact of our dancehall superstars. They have gone global in their reach, so there should be no reason to expect that their reach is not extremely pervasive and strong within our sect. Now, I know because I have discussed it with the Prime Minister in terms of how he feels about music and the cultural expressions of Jamaica, of Jamaican cultural community and entertainment community. I know he's a supporter and listener and absorbs much entertainment and cultural expressions. But to try and give the impression as though he's against dancehall just undermines the need for a debate to determine how we guide and how we ensure that our young persons especially, who, whether they go to the movies, you don't want a movie to negatively impact them, as has happened in other spaces where a man goes shoot up a school and then blame movies or video games, whether real or imagined, or just as an excuse. You don't want that sort of impact on your young people. You don't want it with movies, you don't want it with video games, and you certainly don't want it with music. And if we're not mature enough in this house to have a frank discussion without ascribing ridiculous motive to people who I know are supportive of Jamaican music in all its forms is indeed unfortunate. I mean, if you look at the socialization process and even the growth process of who is our Prime Minister and the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, he would have benefited from, during his growing process as a young politician, of the training. No, this is important. I was making a point and then I get back. Everybody else had all of the latitude to speak about everything on earth other than the bill. So giving me, I get it just taking 1 minute of latitude. No, well, you take latitude every week, so you get squeezed 1 week is not an issue. The issue, Mr. President, I was making the point. Dancehall does not have an attacker in its Prime Minister. It has someone who supports the need for all cultural expressions and all entertainment practitioners to be able to achieve their own prosperity. And if you look at his training and his growth in politics from persons like Edward Siaga and Babsy, the Honourable Babsy, the Most Honourable Edward Siaga and the Honourable Babsy Grange, it is people who are defenders and persons who have invested significant parts of their life into the cultural industries. And I know that this government will ensure that our cultural industries, our entertainment segment, and our entertainment sector build back stronger, faster, and better than ever before. But, Mr. President, we're not going to hide from the discussion and descend into unfortunate, immature throwing around of accusations into the space. In the same way, and to use context outside of Jamaica to avoid some of the unfortunate accusations. In the same way, I know I'm a big fan of Frank Sinatra's music, but in the same way, it is public knowledge and a matter of public fact that he was under investigation for contribution to gang and mob culture in New York during his life. Now, that doesn't mean his music was not great. But it doesn't, yes he did. There are songs that were censored and didn't make it onto radio. And I'll share some with you. I'm a very big fan of his work. But it doesn't mean that it didn't raise concern of the authorities because of his involvement in that space. The facts remain. We have, and I'll say it, and I don't think anybody will question my love and support for dancehall. But the facts remain, and what has hurt dancehall and is a cancer, and people like me and you who support it must help to cut it out, is that you do have some of the most influential and strong dancehall practitioners who are indeed criminals and help to fund and help to influence people into criminality. Now, what that has done is because some of those are the most successful, it has in many cases allowed debates to give the impression that majority of dancehall is or too many people in dancehall are. The problem is that they're... But I've never said it is true, and nothing that I've said suggests it is true. No, just hold on. The facts remain, Senator Crawford. There are dancehall practitioners who are overachievers in every facet of their life. So there are sometimes the ones who are doing exceptionally well. They're doing exceptionally well in what is legal and what is their preferred stagecraft, but they're also doing exceptionally well in their illegal activities. And that itself broad brushes and puts dancehall under unnecessary attack. And dancehall practitioners have to look to reject these that are a cancer on dancehall and bring down the entire space, or bring the entire space sometimes into disrepute. That is what we need to discuss, because they are some of the most influential people in this country. And we need to be able to be mature enough to say to the ones that are doing right, reject those who are not doing right, because they will bring down and bring everyone into the same pot, unfortunately and unnecessarily and unfairly. That is the discussion that we need to have. And because we take people's words out of context and we get into these sideshows rather than dealing with the bill, we go off on a tangent. No, I'm referring to those who chose to dismiss the full context of what the Prime Minister would have said and carry us down months of unnecessary things that affect social cohesion for no reason at all. The facts are dancehall practitioners can help this country move forward further and faster than many other cultural actors. And that's just a fact. And I invite them to the table to do so at every chance I get. And you know that. You know that. But we're not going to also back from the fact that there are those who, well, we have to leave there. We are at the point where closing. The debate was wide-ranging and unfortunately didn't deal with much of the substance of the bill. However, I'll just address the points that actually did deal with clauses in the legislation. Clause 3, Senator Sinclair in his presentation would have raised the concern of the potential overreach with the inclusion of tattoos, and I think Senator Scott Motley would have brought up the same point in determining a person's involvement in a criminal organization. But based on Section 6.3, a tattoo would only be one of 8 factors that the court may, not will, but may consider in determining whether a person is involved in a criminal organization. Now, the sentiments expressed by Senator Sinclair sitting in the President's chair and Senator Scott Motley would have resonated with me, because you don't want to create a situation that can foster abuse or can disadvantage persons who make decisions, whether it's whatever in their youth for their own self-expression. However, because it says may, and it is one of the 8 factors, I'm sufficiently satisfied that this does not lead or open the door for that sort of abuse, and it is our policy position that it does not, and we would not entertain amendments on that clause. On Clause 9, which is an amendment to Section 15 of the Principal Act, Mr. President, again, Senator Sinclair also raised the question of whether or not armored vests, otherwise called bulletproof vests, is included as an item of a law enforcement officer. In reviewing the reports of the Joint Select Committee, Mr. President, it was noted that the bulletproof vest was indeed brought into the discussion. The term any item of dress in the provision includes armored vests, having regard to the ordinary meaning of the term, which should be applied. That is our position. I think there's one more, so I'll skip the provision just to deal with your last comment, Senator Sinclair. The matter related to control orders. That matter, having consulted with the Attorney General's chambers, that to change it would move it into a state of being unconstitutional. So we had, that's why we didn't put it into the final set of recommendations. But Mr. President, I think those were, quite frankly, the three most related points made to the actual provisions of the legislation. And I in closing, want to again thank colleagues. I know the issue of crime is indeed an emotional and a personal one for all of us here, and indeed all Jamaicans. And it should be, because we shouldn't accept things as they are. We should continue to fight week in, week out, to put in place the legislation to ensure the economy is buoyant enough to make the investments, to outpace the investments being made by criminal organizations. And we should all recommit every single day, as Senator Campbell Rodriguez had said, to be informers and to be the sort of citizens that have the mature discussions about the changes required to break the back of crime in this country. With that, Mr. President, I ask
the question is that a bill entitled the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Amendment Act be now read a second time. Sorry. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act to specify additional offenses in which criminal organizations are engaged in order to fund their activities, to increase the number of offenses under the Act, to expand the list of aggravating factors to be considered when sentencing an individual convicted of certain offenses under the Act, to improve the trial procedure in order to protect the identity of witnesses, and for connected matters, read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. I put clause 1. Those in favor? The ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 3. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put...
Mr. President, I suggest that we take on block because there's no intention, and I don't find any significant opposition to any other clauses.
No, we support that suggestion.
Okay.
I had hoped that that is how we would have proceeded.
All right.
Come on, 4 to 17. All right, thank you. Thank you, Minister. I'll put clauses 4 through to 17. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister?
Mr. President, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that a bill entitled the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Amendment Act be now read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act to specify additional offenses in which criminal organizations are engaged in order to fund their activities, to increase the number of offenses under the Act, to expand the list of aggravating factors to be considered when sentencing an individual convicted of certain offenses under the Act, to improve the trial procedure in order to protect the identity of witnesses, and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
Minister?
Mr. President, it is not anticipated that we will do any further business today. Might the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed?
The question is that the Senate be adjourned until a date to be announced. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned.